We present James Kenny, William Edel, and Carlton Hobbs in Counsel for the Defense, a new play for radio dramatized by Felix Felton from the novel by Geoffrey Ashford. The action begins in a country town not far from London, where on the corner of the High Street is the main branch of a bank. Inside this afternoon are a nearby greengrocer, two ladies, and an elderly man.
£5, please. In one? Yes, please.
The way they keep you waiting.
It's that old man who had the bag. Come for some firm's wages or something.
Why don't they keep one cashier for the private customers?
Oh, don't fret, Marion. We're next.
£14,400 in notes and £25, 4 shillings in silver. There you are, Mr. Brain.
Thank you, Mr. Conan.
It's a bit heavy, I'm afraid.
Oh, I can manage.
Oh, here, hang on, Mr. Brain. You haven't locked it.
Oh, dear me, I must be dreaming.
See that, Marion? He didn't even lock it. Why don't they use younger men?
Why don't they send the money anyway?
The car's waiting for you outside, I hope, Mr. Brain.
Just around the corner. They can't park in the High Street.
And you got the chain on all right?
Yes, thank you. See you next week, Mr. Conan.
It's good afternoon. Now, ladies.
£5, please.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Marion, that old man. I don't think he's well. He's stopped at the door.
Come on, Edith. Let's see he gets to his car.
Yes, of course.
Help! Help! We're being robbed! Help!
Marion, look! Someone's trying to snatch that poor old man's money.
Oh, thank heavens. Here's a police car right on the spot for once. Let's go over.
No, there may be shooting.
Don't be silly. There's one of the police from the car. Oh, my word, he was quick. He's got the thief already. Come on.
All right, you. We saw the whole thing. Put him in the car, boys.
Come on. With us.
Are you all right, sir?
Yes, thank you, officer. The bag was on a chain. Oh, thank heavens you were there.
I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to come along with us just for a few minutes or so. Then we'll drive you wherever you were going.
Oh, thank you.
Perhaps you'd get in the back, sir?
Yeah.
Priestley here.
Inspector, a police car's been found abandoned.
A police car? Abandoned?
Yes, sir. In Lover's Woods, south of the river.
Where are the men?
I don't know, sir. There's an old man in the car, unconscious, badly beaten up, and 3 police uniforms.
Lay me on a car at once. I'd better get down there.
Yes, sir.
What's the verdict, Doc?
Oh, hello, Inspector. Alive, but only just. Head injury severe and obviously the result of a severe coshing. Whether he survives or not's in the hands of the gods.
Do we know who he is?
Well, there's not much doubt he's William Brain.
Married?
I think so.
Better warn the wife. Prepare for the worst.
Okay.
How are things going, Sergeant?
No fingerprints inside, Inspector. I'll give the car a more thorough going over when I get it back.
Anything besides the uniforms?
A dirty handkerchief and a rough cloth glove.
Get them all down to the lab. We'll see if they can make anything of them. And Garrett, you look after the car. I'd better get back and report to the superintendent.
Come in, Bill.
You've heard about it, sir?
Yes, and I've got news for you. They found our 3 men.
Oh, where?
Down at the old laundry, the one that was burnt out. There was a phony call saying 2 men had been seen there fighting with knives. Our boys went and were beaten up. They were found in their underclothes, bound, gagged, coshed, and covered with blood.
Huh? How are they?
Pretty bad, ticket especially. Bill, this is a mess.
You can say that again.
It was a clever bit of planning, which doesn't help us any. One of them appeared to try to commit the robbery. Then the other 3, dressed as policemen, turned up to catch the thief red-handed. People watching thought the whole thing was under control and didn't report anything to anyone. It beats me.
Yes.
Why was the driver of the firm's car parked round the corner instead of where he ought to have been?
It's no parking in front of the bank.
Whoever heard of a motorist taking any notice of a little thing like that? Press have got the story, I suppose.
You bet they have.
We come out of it as real Charlies, don't we? We fall for a false alarm, 3 of our men are knocked out, and then to crown it all, their uniforms are used to carry out our robbery of 15,000 quid. Bill, we've got to turn the heat on.
The police must have pretty red faces down in somewhere or other.
Oh? Why?
Well, some thugs knocked out 3 of them, borrowed the uniforms, and cleaned up 15,000 from a bank.
Oh, read it, Daddy.
No, Jane, there's no time. You must get off to school. It's 20 past.
I expect there's another bus strike on.
There wasn't 5 minutes ago when I went outside for the milk.
Oh, all right, then.
I wish you didn't hate that school so.
I wish we could afford to send it to a better one. Still, if you will marry an impoverished young barrister who has to sit around in chambers all day waiting for someone to employ him...
Oh, don't be silly.
Now, I get so tired of sitting there, thanking old Doyle for cups of tea and watching the others do their crosswords.
Do stop worrying. You see, very soon you'll have so much work you wish you'd been left alone.
I hope you're right.
Tell me about this robbery, David.
It's the usual thing. Wage snatch. But the police take a pretty poor view when their own people are beaten up. They may look a slow lot, but believe me, when they're really onto something, they grind exceeding small.
Well, Bill, how's it going?
I think we're beginning to get somewhere, sir.
About time, too. Did you see the leader in the local paper?
I certainly did.
What's come up, then?
The forensic science people have been through about that handkerchief. There's a laundry mark, and the laundry say it was sent by someone of the name of Younger in Risdon Crescent. Garrett's gone round there now.
Yes, sir.
Tell Sergeant Garrett to come straight in here when he gets back, will you?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Yes. That lump of mud that was found in the car. We've had the lab breakdown on that. Horse dung, chicken dung, peat moss, and tortiscension clay.
Well?
Old John says there's a belt of this particular clay south of the river, and the peat moss and the dung are what keen gardeners give it to lighten it.
Well, it's a line. What gets my goat is that Ticket and Co. can't help us more.
Well, they only saw the men who attacked them for a moment before they were coshed. And they were wearing nylon stockings over their faces.
They don't seem to have put up much of a fight.
Well, they didn't have a chance. They were not groggy before they knew what was what.
They ought to have had their wits about them from the beginning.
Easy to say that now, sir.
You're not suggesting, Bill, that I compliment them and give them a signed certificate, are you?
No, sir.
Come in.
Instructions to come straight up, sir.
Shut the door, Garrett, and tell me what you found out.
I saw the wife, sir, Mrs. Younger. The husband was out on duty. He's a bus driver. I showed her the handkerchief. She says it's her husband's, but she knows he was on his bus that afternoon. I have to check that with the bus station.
Why was the handkerchief out of his possession, then?
Well, she thinks one of the lodgers may have taken it.
Lodgers?
Yes, she always has 2 or 3, and she says she doesn't check the handkerchiefs properly, or she'd have missed it before. So I asked her if she ever suspected any of the lodgers of stealing things. She hummed and hawed a bit, and then said that there was one she'd had her eye on, though she'd never called him up to anything. He's not there anymore, and she couldn't remember his name till we looked at her guest book. It was Clover. George Clover. I've got the whole list here.
Have them check in records. This chap Clover and all the other. Here. Wait a minute. George Clover. That rings a bell. A man of that name went down not so long ago for armed robbery. I remember the case well. Knocked a tradesman over the head who was taking the week's cash to the bank. He ought to have landed 5 years, but the judge went soft in the head and only gave him 18 months. Clover. It's a bit of a long shot, but something tells me it's not too long.
I'll get onto records at once, sir.
Get the file photograph, find out where he is and what he's doing.
I think we're getting warm, sir.
Huh?
Clover works for old Pointer, the market gardener on the south side of the river. I've been down there. He confirms that his soil is that particular clay and that he feeds it with dung and peat moss. And also that Clover took the day off on the 17th.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere.
We've got further than that, sir. Wright had a hunch that someone might have been down by the river when they dumped the police car with Brain inside it. He's been talking to everybody who takes regular walks.
Any luck?
Not till today. But now he's found an elderly lady, Miss Weston, exercising her dog. She remembers seeing 2 cars there, a black one and a red one. She saw 3 men walk from the black one to the red one and drive off.
Which way did the red car go?
Towards Woodhorn.
Did you get the number?
No.
Ah.
But she's absolutely certain it was a Radley, the first model after the introduction of the overhead valve engine.
How the devil did she know that?
Her father was mad about cars and brought her up to be.
Well, thank God for fathers.
Yes, sir. It's beginning to look all right, isn't it, sir?
Not bad. What about the others?
Clover's got 2 cronies called Enton and Green. Can't get a line on a 4th man, though. Given a bit more spade work, I think we'll haul in the 3.
Hello, right. Just been hearing about your towpath lady.
We've had another break, sir.
Such as what?
You know we've had to go at the car hire firms. There's one in Jordan Street which let out a red Radley on the evening of the 16th, which was returned on the 18th. The manager identified Clover out of a dozen photos.
With no hesitation?
None whatsoever.
And the model?
Mark 8, sir. The first of the overhead valve jobs.
Well done, boys. That's it.
Mr. Casgo is here to see you, Mr. Adams.
No, thank you, Doyle.
Shall I show him in, sir?
Yes, I'm always pleased to see a solicitor. And try and take that pained look off your face.
I hope my expression is completely non-committal, sir.
On the contrary, it leaves little doubt of your opinion of Mr. Casgo.
The gentleman in question is, I will admit, sir, not the kind of gentleman I should choose to do business with if there were any choice in the matter.
The man's offering me a brief.
There are times, sir, when I fear that commercialism has spread even to the bar. Excuse me, sir. Mr. Adams will see you now, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Casgo.
Good morning. Do come in.
Oh, morning to you, Mr. Adams. Not a bad one either.
Have a chair. And what about some tea?
Oh, always ready for a cuppa. You could plant me in the middle of my own grave and I'll be ready for a cuppa.
Thank you, Doyle. Cigarette?
Oh, thanks. Don't mind if I do. We've all got to die sometime, that's what I say. Read the papers in this case, I suppose.
Yes, I have.
What's the verdict?
Well, the police evidence is pretty conclusive, even if it is largely circumstantial. We might have stood a chance before the 3 of them talked to the police, but now...
Just how I feel. When I saw Clover, I said, lad, why didn't you keep your large mouth shut? Don't you know that 90% of you boys talk yourself into prison? If he goes down, he can't blame anybody but himself. And I wouldn't be betting on anything this side of 10 years.
Nor would I.
I said to Clover, I said, look at the evidence you left lying around. While you were a baddie, why didn't you invite the boys in blue along to watch you?
Have the accused been able to help at all?
We didn't do it, they sing. I said to them, right, you didn't do it. Now give me some proof of that. Proof, Clover says? What kind of proof? Proof you didn't do it, I yell at him. I almost broke down and wept. Oh, blimey, it's hot in here. Do you mind if I take my coat off?
By all means.
Oh.
Both milk and sugar are present, sir.
Oh.
Sugar, Mr. Casco?
As much as you like. Can't be too sweet for me. You got to die sometime.
Anything more, sir?
No, thank you, Doyle.
No. What's wrong with him?
Oh, nothing. What were you saying?
Where was I? Oh, yes, I said to these beauties, look, boys, you're in a tight spot and no mistake. Now, put your heads together and tell me how we're to go about proving you didn't do it. Green looks at Enton. Enton looks at Clover. And Clover says, but ain't that your job?
Did he indeed?
He did, as true as I'm sitting here. Now, what do you do with men like that? Well, have you any bright ideas? I haven't. But then I never do. I'm not clever. My father said to me, Reg, me boy, you haven't enough brains to be really dishonest. You better become a solicitor. I always thought the world of my father, so I took his advice. Whenever I want something clever done, I come running to one of you chaps. And here I am.
Yes. I'm afraid they're for it if they don't produce a story that holds water.
I begged them with tears in my eyes to tell them the truth. The kind of truth that would help us, that is. Did they? Not them. Born stupid.
I'd better see them, I suppose.
See Clover. That's why I've come to you. He's a nice lad, really, when you get to know him. Come up and have a conference with him, and perhaps you'll get some ideas. Of course, you can talk to the other 2 if you want to, but you'll only end up by wanting to knock their heads together. I'll fix it up with your clerk, shall I? I'll meet you at the station and take you to the prison.
Are you Mr. Adams?
I am.
My name is Junter, sir, Mr. Casco's chief clerk.
Oh, isn't he turning up?
He's suffering from a slight cold, and for fear it might turn to bronchial pneumonia, has retired to bed, sir.
Sorry to hear it.
Shall we proceed to the prison? The taxis are this way.
Good morning, Mr. Clover. I want to ask you some questions.
Got a fag?
Yes.
Match.
Now, Mr. Clover, to begin with, let's face up to one thing. Matters haven't been made any easier by the statements you, Enton, and Green have made to the police.
Well, the bogies made us talk.
Oh? How?
I kept asking questions. I don't go for questions. They make me mad.
Did they make any promises or threats?
Threaten me? Don't make me laugh.
Then why did you feel compelled to make any statement?
I just told you.
You'd have stood a much better chance if you'd remained silent.
I tell you, I couldn't. Questions all the time. I want to stuff them down their throats with my bare hands.
Yes. Well, you can't deny you obtained a car on the 16th from a firm in Jordan Street called Hire a Car, can you?
No.
Was it a red Radley?
Yeah.
Now, on the 17th, did you and Harry Enton, in fact, drive away from the house in which you were lodging at about 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
You told the police you dropped Enton when you reached the old bridge, and that you didn't see him again until you were on your way back from a pleasure drive. That you then met both Enton and Green, picked them up, and all three of you returned to your house where you were seen to embark at 16 minutes past 3.
Yeah.
Well, that sort of statement is going to play hell with the jury unless you fill it out. They want to know why you went on the drive, where you went, and how it happened that you met Enton and Green on your return, and so on.
Now, you tell me what's best.
I can only use the material you give me.
Lie off that. You tell me what's best to say.
Clover, any evidence brought out by me at the trial can only be evidence as given by you.
Stop giving me that stuff. You know why you've been hired? To get me off. I'm ready to pay for that.
Look, will you please listen?
Listen. You listen to me. Casco said your price was high. I told him that was square with me if you did what you was being paid for. Now do it.
I feel it's time to point out that I am not a sack of potatoes.
Yeah, get wise to yourself, go. You reckon we waste good bees and honey on a slump like you for nothing? Listen, Mug. Me, Tom, and Harry did a sweet job. 15,000 near as a spit. And what happens? The long-tailed snoopers get busy and say, where was you? What was you doing? Whose was that blood on your scalp? Where's the fourth man? Where's the 15,000? And would we be good boys and tell them so as they could put on the Palsy Act and try to see we don't spend too much time inside? Yeah, I told them nuts. I ain't allowed to hit us, so they just said I was going down for a long stay instead. That's when I told Casco I wanted one of you curly locks. Hello? Going somewhere in a hurry?
I don't suppose you've ever heard of the rules of conduct of the bar.
Rules of which?
Ridiculous to ask. You don't know any rules at all. Let me try to explain something. Counsel are called upon to do two things in a criminal trial: prosecute and defend. When we defend, we are either representing a guilty or an innocent man. If the prisoner states unequivocally that he is guilty, counsel cannot defend him on the plea of not guilty, which he knows to be false. The most he can do is to carry out a plea in mitigation of sentence.
Your belly's full of wind.
Small, I doubt if anything I can say will have much effect. You injured 4 men, 3 of whom were policemen.
I don't shed no tears for them.
If you wish to plead not guilty, you must get someone else to defend you.
You're my mouthpiece.
I have made the position clear.
Listen, I told Gascon I wanted you. For why? Because you're the tops. I got money, I'll pay for the best, like always.
I'm flattered, but hardly converted.
You got legs off.
Legs?
He was a Johnson.
Legs Johnson?
No, Mug. Legs lived on women. He thought he was going down for a deuce, but you got him off. Legs said you was the tops.
That was a fluke. The indictment had been drawn up wrongly. It never got to court.
It don't make no difference, Go-Go. You're the boy for me.
Goodbye, Clover. Well, things seem more natural out here, don't you think so, Mr. Junter?
Natural?
Didn't you get the impression that Clover was a small packet of evil?
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry things have turned out like this. You'll explain to Mr. Casco why I've had to drop the case, won't you?
Yes,
Tell him I hope his cold soon gets better.
I will.
Well, I'll get back to the station. If I've got the times right, I can catch a fast train in half an hour.
That's so. Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello, darling. Oh, what sort of a day did you have?
Lousy.
Train not comfortable?
Ever travel in one that was?
Well, you've certainly come back in a prickly mood.
I'm sorry.
Apology accepted. Come in and sit down and tell me why you've come back like a bear with a sore head.
Well, the case went sour on me.
Oh, no.
Afraid so. I saw this man, Clover, and if ever I've seen a nastier piece of work, I've forgotten the occasion. He thought you bought Counsel by the yard.
He seems to have left an impression on you.
What I can't understand is why didn't Casco tell me?
And what about the others? Were they as bad?
I didn't see them. Casco insisted it was only worth speaking to Clover.
Do you think they did do the robbery?
Oh, yes. Clover boasted how clever they were.
Frank, anyway.
You've missed the point. Since he told me he did it, I can't defend him on a plea of not guilty.
What's it matter what he told you in private? You're not going to pass it on.
Knowing he's guilty, I'm not allowed to defend him.
So what happens?
I've chucked the case.
I see. How much has that lost us?
The brief hasn't been delivered yet.
I'm glad to hear you've started to do so well that you can afford to throw away money.
It's the principle of the thing.
You can't eat principles.
Do try to understand, Gwen. I can't disregard a rule even if I wanted to. Besides, you haven't seen Clover. There's something filthy about him.
More filthy than that man you defended who was living off the earnings of half a dozen prostitutes?
Oh.
There's Jane. Let her in, will you? I'll go and start supper.
Hello. How was school?
Horrible.
Oh, dear. Come in and tell me all about it. Oh, what was the trouble today?
Oh, same as usual. That awful food. And Miss School's got her corn again. Why isn't the radio on?
Because we didn't want it.
Oh, Daddy, you are funny.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Doyle?
You haven't seen Mr. Farmer, have you, sir?
No, he hasn't been in chambers all morning.
Hello? It's Mrs. Adams, sir.
Thank you. Hello?
David, is that you?
Gwen, what's the matter?
Can you hear me, David? Something has happened to Jane.
What has?
I got a telephone call.
What telephone call?
I've just told you.
You haven't?
Can't you ever stop arguing?
Gwen, what has happened?
There was a telephone call. A man told me to get in touch with Jane's school to see how she was getting on. And that when I'd done it, I was to contact you and say you weren't to talk to anyone.
Have you spoken to the school?
She never arrived there this morning. They thought she must be ill.
Why didn't they check with you immediately?
I don't know. David, I'm frightened.
I'm coming back at once.
David,
Anything more?
nothing.
Well, sit down. Here, smoke this. What was the telephone message?
I told you.
Man or woman?
Man.
What kind of a voice? Educated, uneducated, pleasant, unpleasant?
He sounded a swine. Oh, what could have happened? David, who can it be?
Did he say he was going to ring again?
No. What are you going to do?
I don't know. How can I until I hear more?
You always want to wait. This is one time you've got to act right away.
What can we do until we know the facts? Talk sense. Hello?
Is that David Adams?
Yes?
Get the
and used yourself.
So far.
Glad to hear you're not moon-blind.
Who are you?
Come off it, Go-Go. I ain't answering that. I was born shy.
What's he saying?
Be quiet. I must listen to him.
Hey, Charlie. Gone for a walk round the block?
I'm here.
I've got your daughter. Nice kid, isn't she? Bit young, maybe, for a piece of joy, but some people prefer them that way. Me? I'm not particular. You've got that, haven't you?
Yes.
Now listen, Go-Go, here's the pitch. You get the boys free and your little girl comes back to you sweet as a daisy. You don't get the boys off and she won't never be the same.
Now, listen to me.
And another thing. That trial's due in a few days. See it don't get put off or the little girl will get her first lesson.
I can't control the day of the trial.
Don't you love your little daughter?
I tell you it...
Mister, you get 'em off. That's all.
What is it?
The Clover case. He must be the fourth man. He's kidnapped Jane to force me to get the others off.
But you said nothing could save them.
Yes,
Then how can you get them off?
I can't.
Then, if it's impossible, how can they expect you to?
No one's taught them to be logical.
What's going to happen to Jane if they're found guilty?
Have you any imagination? Use it.
She's such a kid.
She's not kid enough.
You've got to get in touch with the police.
If the man thinks a police search has started, he's going to fix Jane. Besides, the police will want the trial postponed, and the man said that if it is, Jane will get her first working over. The police won't find her quickly enough to stop it.
You mean there's nothing we can do?
That's it.
You can't just sit there and calmly admit Jane's going to be...
I'm not calm.
Then do something.
What?
Dave, isn't there a chance you could get the men off?
No jury on earth could be stupid enough not to convict.
David, what are we going to do?
I'll see Clover.
Well. If it isn't the Curly Looks again. All the way from London.
Clover, I had to see you to try and explain that...
Let's have some smokes. Come on a packet. A generous sort. I like you, Go-Go.
Will you please listen?
You and me, could become drinking pals. You'd work with that, wouldn't you?
Oh, please stop.
Oh, when I first saw you in this room, I said to myself, Georgie, he might be a bit toshy, but I could get to know him. He'd turn out nothing but friendly. You're the kind of person I like.
Clover, I want...
Tell you something, Daddy-O. People what don't know me and what I don't know what calls me Clover. Puff Balls in Blue calls me Clover. But you ain't the police. You're a friend come here today, ready and willing to be all friendly. You call me Georgie, same as all my other friends do.
I find Clover more natural.
I said call me Georgie. Tell me, you got a little girl who's going to grow up into a nice hugging wish. She'd be happier if you and me was pals, wouldn't she?
Yes, George.
Sounds better, doesn't it? Now, you tell me your friendly name.
David.
You know something, David? You and me wasn't as friendly as we might have been last time, was we, eh? Wasn't going to defend me and the others, was you? I guess you've come down today to apologize to me and say there ain't nothing you'd rather do than help me and the others. How's that for a guess?
Quite good.
Daddy-O, that really ain't the way to apologize for all them things you said about me. Now, how about doing it proper?
I'm sorry if I said anything to upset you.
And now you're going to do everything you can to help me and the others?
Yes.
You made me happy, Go-Go. I'll sleep better tonight. I'll be worrying myself inside, wondering what I'd done to annoy you. So long, then.
Don't go yet. I want to talk to you about Jane.
Jane?
My daughter.
Oh, no, I didn't know you had a daughter. Oh, but she's just my couple when she's all tighted up. I like some soft and with plenty to cuddle. What's she got to cuddle, David?
Shut up.
Oh, what have I said to make you angry? You're me's friends. I don't do nothing to my friends but try and make them happy.
Please, try and see reason. Look, I'm defending you, but that doesn't mean I can work miracles. I can't do better for you than my best. Using Jane as a hostage will only hinder me.
Seems to me at first you wasn't going to look after me and the boys.
Oh, yes, but that was because...
And now you're going to do all you can?
Yes.
Seems to me your little girl's made quite a difference already.
You've got what you wanted. I'm defending you, although I shouldn't. But I can't alter the evidence. I can't force the jury to vote as I want them. All I can do is try and influence them. And knowing what may be happening to Jane means I can't give her my best. I'm worrying myself sick. So let her go. I swear I'll do everything I can for you in court.
Of course you will. You and me's friends. Friends help each other.
Well, you see she's let go?
Me? I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't change the evidence. I can't change the evidence.
Just you defend us and get us off. Because then we can stay friends like we are now. Miss Senior, I'll tell the boys how nice and friendly you've been and now you'll be working on our side. So long, Daddy-o.
Well?
Hopeless. He wouldn't listen to a thing I said.
Oh. Suppose I go and see him, David.
You, I wouldn't let you near him.
Why not?
He's filth.
What does it matter what he is? It's James.
He was laughing at me all the time. He was enjoying every moment because he had me crawling to him.
I'd crawl around until I was dizzy if I thought it would help Jane. What makes you think you're more important than your own daughter?
You've got it all wrong.
I've got nothing wrong. Oh, David, I'm sorry. I just can't help it. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
I drove away in a red Radley from the house where I was lodging, and Enton was with me, but I dropped him by the old bridge and went on for a ride. When I came back, I saw Enton and Tom Green.
Hudson is on the telephone, sir.
Now, what's worrying him?
He wants the papers in the Murdoch case, sir.
They aren't ready yet.
You've had them several days, sir, and when they first came, they were marked urgent.
I haven't had the time.
You haven't been all that busy, sir.
Tell them the work isn't done, and they'll be lucky if they get it this side of next year.
You'd better do the papers now, sir.
Look, I've had enough to do with this robbery case.
I'm even more surprised you can find any work to do in that case, sir, than that you decided to handle it after all.
What I do is my own business.
Sometimes, sir, the good of the chambers is of some importance.
I did have a case with me, but it was empty. And I can't remember why I had it with me. With regard to the blood on my head, I cut myself with my own razor while I was shaving.
Oh. David, can't you stop? It's long after 12.
You go to sleep.
My mind won't let me.
Did you take those sleeping pills?
If I can't sleep without those things, I'd rather stay awake.
Oh, that's stupid.
No more stupid than going over and over those notes.
The case is tomorrow. Today, in fact. I've still got time to find some hint of false evidence.
David, what do you think now?
The same as before.
Will you have to call the prisoners?
I might be able to persuade the jury that there's no case to answer.
Then the stories they told the police won't come out.
Of course they will. The police will give them.
But then, how can you hope to win?
I can only hope to show they were so upset by the police that they didn't know what they were saying.
Why should they have been if they weren't guilty?
I don't need you to underline the difficulties.
How do you think they're treating her? I feel so hopeless it makes me choke. Oh, God.
I cut myself
myself with my own razor when I was shaving, so somehow some of the blood must have got up there. I didn't go to work because it was such a fine day.
Yes, Mr. Pride?
Members of the jury, the case you have to try today is one that has, as you know, had a great deal of publicity. Before anything else, you must forget all that you have heard about it, all that you have read about it, and judge solely by what you hear in this court. Members of the jury, the Crown says that the men in the dock, together with one or more persons unknown, committed a robbery accompanied by a high degree of violence on the 17th of last month. At about 2 o'clock on that afternoon, Mr. William Brain, who acts as general messenger for a large engineering firm, went to the bank to collect the money for the weekly wages of the staff.
Hello, Adams. Oh, how long is this lot going to take? 2 days, perhaps. As much as that? Well, it won't be less. You've got a job and a half if you hope to do any good for this bunch of thugs.
Yes.
I take it they've got previous records.
Quite good ones.
And old Leeming will send them down for a real stinger. The last time he was on circuit here, he dished out 10-year sentences as if they were so many months. Are you certain my case won't be heard till Tuesday?
Near positive.
Thanks.
This lady was walking with her dog along the river bank. On the outskirts of a small wood, known as Lover's Wood, she saw 2 cars, one of which she will identify as a red Radley. More than that, members of the jury, she will identify it as the Mark 8 model, the first to be fitted with an overhead valve engine. She saw 3 men walk towards the Radley and drive away in the direction of Woodhorn. Members of the jury, I will now call the evidence for the prosecution. Mr. Conan, please.
Mr. Conan, Mr. Conan, Mr. Conan.
Mr. Conan, are you a cashier at the bank on the corner of High Street and Queen Street?
I am.
Do you know Mr. William Brain?
Yes.
Did you see him on the 17th of last month?
Yes, he came to the bank and drew a large sum of money, as he does each Thursday.
Do you remember how much he drew on that occasion?
£14,425, 4 shillings.
What happened?
He gave me the cheque, I packed the money into his case, like I always did, and then I gave it back to him.
What happened then?
He clipped the chain to himself and left.
Thank you, Mr. Conan.
No questions.
Mr. Brain.
Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain.
Mr. Pride, your witness doesn't seem to be here.
My lord, the witness was well aware of the date and time of the trial. I am at a loss to account for his absence.
I take a serious view of this.
Of course, my lord.
I think you'd better proceed with your case, Mr. Pride. And when the witness turns up, we will inquire into the reasons why he was unable to be here on time.
Very well, my lord.
Mr. Pride, sir.
What is it this time, Mr. Pride?
My lord, the constable has informed me that he understands from the wife of the missing witness that her husband has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, my lord. It appears that he went out early yesterday evening and has not returned.
This is ridiculous. Will you take steps, Mr. Pride, to see that police inquiries are conducted with all possible speed?
Certainly, my lord.
Meanwhile, you had better continue with any of your witnesses that are available.
Yes, my lord. Dr. Mortimer.
Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer.
Dr. Mortimer, would you please describe Mr. Brain's condition when you were summoned to him?
He had severe cuts and bruising and was suffering from shock and concussion.
Were you able to form any ideas as to what sort of weapon might have caused such injuries?
I can say no more than a blunt instrument. Very probably some form of cough.
Were the injuries extensive?
Not in area, but in their nature. By that, I mean it was clear that he had been hit over and over again.
Did this suggest anything to you?
The injuries were consistent with an attempt at killing.
How long was that patient in hospital?
He was discharged after 3 weeks.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, you suggested that the intention of those who attacked Mr. Brain was to kill.
That is so.
And you estimate the weapon used to have been some form of kosh?
Quite.
Would you not think that if the attackers had really meant to kill, they would have used some other and more lethal weapon?
No, sir. A kosh is a very effective murder weapon when it is used scientifically.
Well, that, of course, is a matter of opinion.
Yes, sir. But having twice tried ineffectively to save the lives of other men battered by koshes, I think my opinion rests on fairly substantial grounds.
That's all, thank you. Miss Weston, what were you doing on the afternoon of the 17th?
I was walking Billy, my dog, along the river bank. I can't say we were making much progress because Billy was so interested in the rat hole.
While you were there, did you notice anything strange?
At one point in my walk, I looked towards Dines Wood.
That is, I believe, popularly known as Lover's Wood.
The name on the Ordnance Survey map is Dines Wood. I saw there 2 cars. 3 men walked from the black one towards the second car. I suppose they were halfway across when one of them turned back and threw a bundle of something into the back. Then he joined the others, and they all got into the second car and drove off in the direction of Woodhorn.
Can you tell us what make of car this second one was?
It was a red Radler, the first model to be brought out with the overhead valve engine.
That is, I believe, the Mark 8 model.
I don't know what number it's been given.
Miss Weston, for someone who had no reason to take particular notice of what was happening, you seem to have observed a great deal.
On the contrary, had I known I was watching something of importance, I'd have paid a great deal more attention.
Very well. I want now to deal with your description of the red car you saw. You say it was the first of the Radleys to be equipped with the overhead valve engine.
That is so.
You claim not only to be able to tell the make of a car at a distance, but also what model it was?
In this particular case, yes.
Oh, forgive my saying this, but it's rather an extraordinary claim for you to make.
I've been interested in cars from the day my father bought me one.
Would you claim to recognize on sight all cars on the roads today?
Oh, no, certainly not. Of course, that would be impossible.
But I gathered from what you said previously that you were claiming to be able to do the impossible.
The witness suggested nothing of the sort.
As your lordship pleases.
I will not have witnesses misquoted, either expressly or by implication.
Miss Weston, you have just admitted you cannot tell the model of every make of car.
I have.
Then how is it you were able to do so with this car?
I know the differences between certain of the radiator grills.
Very fortunate, isn't it? Could you have done the same with any other make of English car? Could you have said which model had which engine?
Almost certainly not.
What a fortunate coincidence that when it was important to be able to identify a car as closely as you claim to have been able to do, the car in question should be the one make you could identify.
Mr. Adams, the witness has testified on oath that she can tell the difference between certain of the models of this particular car. Unless you can prove to the contrary, you are not entitled to try to infer that she is not telling the truth.
My lord, I'm surely entitled to try to show that what the witness claims is most unlikely.
I have already explained to you, Mr. Adams, what you are and what you are not allowed to do.
My lord, I must insist that...
Counsel, do not insist in my court, Mr. Adams.
How far from the cars were you, Miss Weston?
I would estimate about 300 yards.
Is it not possible that at this distance one car grill looks very like another?
In this particular instance, I think not.
But it could happen.
I should imagine that much would depend on one's eyesight.
Is yours at all at fault?
I have never found it to be.
You will not allow that there is a possibility you have made a mistake?
I think not.
Thank you, Miss Weston.
That was quite enough for one day. Charming, these changing rooms, aren't they? They couldn't make them bleaker if they tried. You still reckon to get them off, David?
I suppose I shouldn't say so to prosecuting counsel, but I don't think I've got a hope, John.
The thing that shakes me is that you ever thought you would. Funny business about Brain disappearing, wasn't it?
Yes.
I had a word with the police just now. They're not surprised he decided to do a vanishing trick.
Oh? Why?
Apparently they've been thinking for some time that Brain might have been in on the robbery.
Have they indeed?
Yes, they reckon he told Clover all the details of the money he would be drawing and also the best place to attack him.
Then why was he so badly knocked about?
Well, Clover probably decided he wanted all the money for himself and the others. Wasn't going to run the risk of having Brain talk under pressure. Well, see you Monday.
Well, what happened?
The case is only half over.
Not finished? Have we got to wait till tomorrow?
Monday. The court doesn't sit during the weekend.
Monday? But Jane...
They'll wait till the end of the trial. They only threaten to act if the trial were postponed, not if it's stretched out over a weekend. Let's have a drink.
David, are you going to get them off?
I don't know.
You've got to.
I know.
Did you try?
Of course.
Then why haven't you?
I just told you, the trial hasn't finished.
Is the prosecution case a strong one?
Fairly.
But not impossible?
No.
Will they keep their promise and let Jane go when you get them off?
Of course.
Oh, I've just sat here all day thinking about Jane.
It's best to concentrate on something else.
Fathers don't usually care about their children. You don't, do you?
I mind every bit as much as you do.
Is the prosecution case strong?
Stop asking me the same questions over and over again.
I'm sorry, darling. You are going to win, aren't you?
Yes. Marmalade, darling?
No, thank you. There's a long report of the trial in the morning paper.
Naturally.
You lied to me.
What do you mean?
You didn't do any good at all. I've been reading your cross-examinations.
I was never much good at that.
Good? That's a fine word to use. Your daughter's life depends on you, and you're still a failure.
I tried, Gwen.
It doesn't read like it.
You can't go by newspaper reports.
The only thing you've ever been any good at is making excuses. Did you fight at all?
I did my best.
Did you? Read the bit where it says how the judge told you to shut up and you took it like a lamb.
What else could I do?
Is he more important than your daughter? Is he? Oh, what have I married?
I'm going out.
David. No, David, don't. I didn't mean it. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, David, come back. Don't leave me alone.
Good morning.
Mrs. Brain?
Yes?
I'm looking for your husband.
I don't know where he is.
I thought you might be able to help me find him.
I haven't seen him.
Haven't you any idea where he's gone?
He went out the night before last and never come back.
Well, hasn't he been in touch with you at all?
Not a word.
Haven't the police found out anything?
You're not the police?
No.
Who are you?
Counsel for the defense.
Oh, you'd best come in. You're against the police?
I suppose you could put it that way.
You swear you aren't lying to me?
Don't you recognize me? You must have seen me when you came into court.
I didn't see no one. You swear you're working for the prisoners?
I swear I am.
Oh, I'm near off my head with worry. I don't know what to do, where to go. Bill's been a different man just recently. Never seen one. No one so nervous. Shout and swear at me. That's something he's never done before.
This is since he got hurt.
Yes, but he was so terrible afraid as well.
And he wouldn't say what was wrong.
No, I tried to get him to tell me, but he wouldn't. And then this Thursday night, he couldn't stand it no more. Terrible danger he was in, he said, and he got to hide. Whatever happened, he wasn't turning up in that court. He was going to stay with Dora. That's my daughter. And on my life, I wasn't to let on to anyone.
Where does your daughter live?
Pan Road.
At what town?
This one. It's the next road along.
But haven't the police checked there?
Oh, I told them my daughter lived in London. She did till the end of last year.
What's her name?
Ash. Mrs. Ash. Go and see him. Find out what the trouble is, and if there isn't anything I can do, he may listen to you.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, he's been bad again the last few days. I tried to get him to see the doctor. Oh, I wish he'd never...
Well, thank you for telling me what's happened.
Oh, I've been wanting to speak to someone, but everyone was against me. These neighbours do you down if they can.
What's the number of your daughter's house?
70, you can't miss it. Not with its blue windows and doors. Yes?
Your mother, Mrs. Brain, suggested I came here
Why?
to see if I could have a word with your father.
With Dad? Who told you he was here?
She did. I may be able to help him.
He'd help most by getting him out of his house. Does Mum think I haven't enough to do? Who asked him? That's what I want to know.
I'm afraid he must still be ill after that beating up from the bank robbery.
Why ain't he in his own house, then?
You're probably helping him a lot by having him here. Do you think I could see him?
You do just that. Tell him from me I'll be glad if he'll say when he reckons to move.
Which room is he in?
First landing on the right.
Thank you.
If he tries to tell you he's hungry, tell him he's got to wait, same as the rest of us.
Why haven't you... Who are you?
Don't be afraid. I'm not the police. I've just seen your wife. She suggested I should come here and talk to you.
You are the police.
No, I'm not. I'm counsel for the defense in the bank case. I'm trying to get Clover and the others off. I've come to you because I want to hear the true story.
I don't know nothing.
I suppose you realize that by now the police think you were in on the robbery.
It ain't true.
Not that they can prove anything as yet. I tell you this, though. If Clover and Co. get sent down, and they're pretty near, they'll take everyone else they can with them, so if you can tell me anything to help get them off, I should. Believe me, it'll pay you.
I've got a headache that don't leave me any peace. It was all Clover's fault. He talked me into it. I didn't have anything to do with it. Honest, I didn't. £1,000, he said, just to give a little help. And all I had to do was take a light tap on the head just to show I wasn't in on anything. Oh, £1,000's a lot of money.
How right you are.
Oh, things were...
Here. Have some water.
Oh, things worked out nice till we was inside the police car. Then Clover started hitting me with a cosh. I shouted at him not to hit so hard, but he laughed and went on hitting me like he was mad. And the swine meant to kill me.
He nearly succeeded.
Yeah. Well, the hospital did me proud, but the police worried me sick. I kept telling them I didn't know nothing, and then they dragged me along to the police court. And all the time I was giving evidence, Clover was looking at me. He'd have finished me off then if he could have done. And then they got messages through about what they'd do to me if I messed things up in front of the judge. So I scarpered. If no one knows where I am, they can't get nothing from me.
I see.
Why should Clover talk if he and the others are found guilty? It ain't fair. I ain't done nothing to give them away. Tell them it ain't fair.
Tell me, there were 4 men in the robbery, weren't there?
Yes.
Who was the 4th?
I don't know.
You must.
I never seen the others, only Clover, until we was all in the car together. And then I didn't see much of them.
Don't you know his name? Wasn't he ever addressed by a Christian name or a nickname?
No. I don't know nothing of the Clover started on. The headache's getting worse. It's as if someone was squeezing it in a vice.
Have you seen a doctor?
Not since I was sent back from hospital.
And you must call in one now.
I ain't seen no one.
How long have you been getting these heads?
Oh, ever since my eyes went back on me.
How do you mean?
Keep seeing 2 of everything.
Mr. Brain, I'm going to tell your daughter that she ought to call someone in right away.
I tell you, I ain't seen no one. I don't want people here, and that's it. Don't you send anybody here.
Mrs. Ash, your father's very ill.
So he keeps telling everyone.
You ought to call in a doctor right away. You can say Mr. Brain is your husband's father, or something like that, to stop his identity coming out.
What's Dad got to say about it?
Well, he doesn't want to see anyone.
That's good enough for me.
Mrs. Ash, I think the way you're... Oh, very well. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Perhaps one day you'll be ill yourself.
Here you are, sir. Yes, Clover. I'll be just outside.
Thank you. Clover. Sit down.
You ain't doing any good.
Agreed.
Your daughter won't be no good to look at if we get sent down.
I'm not forgetting.
Well, why don't you do something?
Such as?
I don't know. I ain't been paid to do the thinking.
Not even you, Clover, can run round facts.
You've got to do something. Listen, I've been inside enough times to make my record dirty. And old judge won't pat me on the back and tell me not to do it again.
Mr. Justice Leeming will be pleased to award you the maximum sentence he thinks will go unchallenged in a higher court.
Well, why ram it down my throat? Get out and earn your money and do something.
What do you suggest? Now, look here. Have you a memory?
Of course I have.
If I give you something to memorize, will you do it?
Why should I?
I thought you wanted to go free.
Get me off and I'll learn the old Bible by heart.
Right. Have you a friend outside who'll stick to his story if he's paid enough?
I'll give you a list of people who'd swear their own mother to the rope for a couple of hundred.
Will Enton and Green back you up?
I'll do what I tell them.
Very well. We have one chance.
What?
On Monday, you'll confess to armed robbery.
I ain't doing nothing with a sword. You're mad. I ain't confessing, do you hear me? Your daughter will get hers, I'm telling you. She'll get hers.
Not if you confess. Now, keep quiet and listen carefully. One slip from either of us in court tomorrow and the balloon goes up. This is what you're going to say.
I swear by Almighty God, the evidence I give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Is your name George Michael Clover, and have you recently been living at 5A Chandos Street?
Yes, I have.
And are you employed by Mr. Pointer, who runs a market garden?
That's right.
Mr. Clover, I want to start my examination by taking you back in time to the period when you boarded with a Mr. and Mrs. Younger at 25 Risdon Crescent. Do you know how long precisely you boarded at 25 Risdon Crescent?
I ain't certain.
Was it a long time?
Shouldn't have said so.
Did you at any time while you were there obtain by any means whatsoever a handkerchief that was not yours?
No, I didn't.
How can you be so certain?
Oh, I never had handkerchiefs that weren't khaki. Buy them cheap from the surplus store.
So, if at any time you found yourself in possession of a white handkerchief, you would know that it was not yours.
That's right. Never had no white ones.
Suppose you found that you had a white one in your possession, what would you do with it?
Well, I'd try and find out who it belonged to and give it back.
Let's move on in time. I want now to deal with the days between and including the 16th and 18th of last month. Did you, on the 16th, hire a car from the firm Hire a Car, who have their offices in Jordan Street?
I did.
Will you tell the court, please, why you hired this car?
I wanted to go for a drive the next day.
Was there no other purpose?
No. Why should it be?
Let us now move on to the 17th. Did you go to work on that day?
No.
Why not?
Well, I hadn't had a day off in months, and the old Pointer don't never tell you to have a bit of time off, so if you want to break out, to take it.
You wanted a free day because you had been working so hard?
My lord, the prisoner did not say that.
I apologize. Mr. Clover, why did you want this day off?
Like I said, I've been working so hard I wanted a break, and I'd hired this car to go round for a drive.
At what time did you leave in the car on the 17th?
It must have been about 1 o'clock.
Were you alone?
Well, my pal Harry Enton was along with me. I took him a little way towards town and then dropped him. By the old bridge it was.
What happened after that?
I went for a drive.
Where?
In the country.
Did you go anywhere in particular?
Just wanted to drive. I didn't care where I went.
Have you any idea at what hour you returned?
Oh, sometime after 3. I drove back through town and I was passing a pub when I sees Tom and Harry. I stops to talk to them and I gets in the car and we all go back to my place for a beer or two.
Were any of you carrying a suitcase on your return to your lodgings?
I was. I bought it because I wanted something like it and I saw this one going cheap.
What happened after that?
Oh, we had a beer or two, like I said. Don't ask me how many, because I don't remember.
You seem to have had a relatively quiet day.
They did.
Mr. Clover, when the police arrested you because they believed you were connected with the robbery, they searched you and found blood on your scalp. They asked you how it came there, and you said the blood was yours.
That's right.
You know, of course, that your own blood is Group A, and that the blood found was Group O. So that, in fact, it could not have come from you. If it was not yours, whose was it?
Honest, I don't know. That's straight. It's a real mystery to me. I thought I'd cut myself shaving.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pry?
If someone bleeds in your presence and some of that blood adheres to you, would you not expect to know how, when, and why? But wouldn't you?
I told you, I don't know how it got there.
Can you produce an acquaintance of yours who will go into the witness box and testify that he or she had been injured in your presence and that some of his or her blood could have come in contact with you?
I'll keep telling you, I don't know how it got there.
Are you really asking the jury to believe that?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
I think perhaps we should move on. Tell the jury, please, as accurately as possible, how many times in an average year you hire a car for the purpose of a pleasure drive?
Not very often.
Would you claim it were as often as a dozen times?
No.
3 times? 2 times? Or is it the truth that this is the first occasion on which you have ever hired a car?
Yes.
So, this is the first time. Would you tell me why you decided to hire a car?
I wanted to go out and see the country.
Would you care to try and explain how it was? You had this sudden and unique desire to go forth and enjoy the pleasures of nature.
Because I wanted to.
You felt you had to get into the open and enjoy the sunshine.
What's so funny about that?
I thought you worked in the open, in a market garden.
I told you what happened.
You will control yourself.
When did you go along to hire a car and book this car?
I don't remember.
Would you dispute that it was on the 1st of last month?
If you say so.
When you booked this car on the 1st, how were you able to be so certain, in our extremely changeable climate, that it would be fine and sunny on the 17th?
I didn't say I was.
I thought you just agreed that the main reason for your drive was to get out into the countryside and enjoy the sunshine. What would have happened if it had been raining on the 17th? You have said that you left the house at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's right.
And you returned not long after 3.
Yeah.
You weren't away very long. Did you not enjoy your drive through the countryside as much as you'd hoped?
Why were you away for so short a period? Very well.
You enjoyed a car journey that took about 2 hours. Will you tell the jury where you went?
In the country.
Now, that, unfortunately, covers a large area. What I want to hear from you is whether you went north or south, east or west, whether you drove throughout the 2 hours or whether you stopped anywhere. And if so, when and for how long?
I ain't going to answer.
Why not?
I ain't going to do myself in.
Did you, in fact, go anywhere near the country?
I told you I did.
Then answer the question. Whereabouts did you go?
I ain't saying.
You will answer the question.
I can't send myself down.
What are you talking about?
It would seem, my lord, that the accused is refusing to answer the question because he believes he will criminate himself.
This is quite ridiculous, Mr. Adams. You must be aware that a prisoner giving evidence in his own trial has absolutely no privilege against criminating himself as to the accusation.
I know that, my lord, but does the prisoner?
You will answer the question learned counsel has put to you.
I went to Stanton.
And what were you doing there between 1:30 and 2:45, allowing that the journey from here to there takes half an hour?
I was trying to rob a bloke called McMenton.
Do you say you were trying to rob a man called McMenton who lives in the town of Stanton on Thursday the 17th of last month at some time between 1 and 3:16?
Yeah.
Please give the court the full details.
I ain't talking. You'll send me down for it.
By a fortunate turn of events insofar as you are concerned, Clover, whatever evidence you now give us to this attempted robbery, such evidence may not again be used in any court because I forced you to give such evidence and you did not volunteer it. Put more simply, if this second robbery proves to be fact, there is no one who can charge you with it on the evidence you now give.
You can't do me for it?
The law cannot accuse you on the evidence of your admission.
That's a bit of all right.
You will kindly refrain from any comment. Mr. Pride, we must endeavor to discover the validity or otherwise of this story.
Of course, my lord.
I think it would be more to the point, if perhaps a little exceptional, if Mr. Adams continued as though conducting a further examination in chief. That will give you, Mr. Pride, the opportunity to cross-examine.
Clover, will you tell the court in your own words what actually happened on the afternoon in question?
I was like this, see? I knew of an easy touch in Stanton. An old kilter would always has plenty of money around that he didn't pay into the bank until Saturdays. I've got a car to go up and do the job.
So when you originally hired the car, you were then contemplating a robbery?
Well, not the one that landed me here. I got a car C and left home at 1 o'clock, just like the old girl said. Harry Anton was with me at first, but I dropped him off at the old bridge and carries on because I was doing the job on my own, see? Well, I drives up to Stanton, cases the grocer's shop. When there ain't no one else inside, I goes in and starts to have a word with the old kilter, the older Scotsman, McMenton.
Have you any idea what time this was?
Oh, I don't know. The clock outside had done some talking, but I don't remember what it was all about.
You entered the grocer's shop. What then?
Well, the place was empty except for the old man. So I come on, I says, let's have a look at the money, and takes a nice number of cushions out of my pocket. He starts to yell blue murder, so I taps him one and makes his head bleed. And he fights like he was straight out of the corner. I get scared, grabs a suitcase, what was near the till, stuffs some money from the till into my pocket and scarpers before the flatties get around to ask me what I'd like to eat for my dinner.
And what then?
Well, I drives back quick, picks up Harry and Tom, like I told you. He all goes back to my room for drinks. When they'd gone, I has a look to see what I've picked up.
And what had you succeeded in stealing?
£6 and a few old clothes. Not worth crossing the street for.
What did you do with the clothing?
Burned it, along with the suitcase.
Mr. Pride, I hope you will agree with me that the circumstances being what they are, we should endeavor to ascertain what proof, if any, exists of the accused story before we continue.
I do so agree, my lord.
The best course, in my opinion, is to ask the police to ascertain whether any complaint was made to them in Stanton on the day in question, and to interview Mr. McMenton.
Quite so, my lord.
If this latter gentleman offers the slightest corroboration of Clover's story, then we must request that he be brought here so that we may question him.
Yes, my lord.
That being so, I fear we must adjourn.
Let me give evidence. Quiet. I tell you, I'm the man he's talking about.
Keep quiet there, Leo.
Why won't you listen? My name is McMenton. It's me you have seen. It's my grocery store.
Constable, what is this disturbance at the back of the court?
My lord, this man says his name is McMenton, and that he's the owner of the grocery store.
Ask him to come forward to the witness box, please. Can you help us, Mr. McMenton?
En oui, my lord.
Very well. Take the oath, please. After that, Mr. Adams will examine you.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. McMenton, Did anything out of the ordinary happen to you last month?
It did indeed. I own a grocery business in Stanton. Didn't do too badly one way and another. I was in there one day...
Can you tell us, please, which day this was?
It was a Thursday, the 17th of last month.
Please continue.
Well, I was waiting around. It was a slack time of day, and in came a chap. I thought he was a customer, but he brought a cosh out and told me to hand over the money.
How did you react?
I yelled for help. He didn't take kindly to that and gave me a smack on the head. Things were all blurred after that, but when my head stops ringing, I find he's gone off with a suitcase of old clothes I'd got ready for the church mission fund and a few quid from the till.
Can you tell us at what time this incident took place?
Aye. I looked at my watch when it was all over, and it said 2:20.
And how long before that would you estimate the robbery to have been?
Oh, say 5 minutes.
About 2:15.
Aye, that's the strength of it.
Thank you, Mr. McMenton.
When did you report the matter to the police?
I didn't, my lord.
Why not?
Well, it's like this. 3 years ago, I was robbed of £8, 10 shillings and sixpence. The beaks take 1 day, push it up to quarter sessions, 3 days in all. And all the time I had to hire someone to look after the shop. That cost me a £5, and he helped himself to groceries as well. Something like 10 quid down I was for reporting the loss of 8. Never again, I says. Next time you keep your mouth shut unless they pinch you something over 1,000.
How does it happen you are here in court today?
I read about the case in the papers. Saw a photo of a bloke called Clover and wondered if it was the same boy.
Do you identify Clover as the man who attacked you?
I do, and I don't.
Kindly be more explicit.
I think it's him, but you know how a thing like this happens all over before you know it started, and you're not certain of anything. I reckon it was him all right, but I wouldn't like to swear to it.
How have you been able to leave your shop today?
Oh, the wife is looking after it.
Why couldn't she have done so after the first robbery?
She was away on holiday. Has to have her holiday, she does, or she gets all nervy.
When you read of the robbery which took place on the 17th and thought you might be able to identify Clover, why didn't you inform the police of what you knew?
It didn't seem to me to matter which job they nailed him on. All's one and the same, I said to myself. And if he's gone down for one job rather than the other, what's the difference?
Your conduct has been little short of scandalous. Will you cross-examine, please, Mr. Pride?
Do you know to what blood group you belong, Mr. McMenton?
Blood group? Oh, I can't tell you offhand, but it's down in my little book. If I get knocked over by a car or something, it seems to be much better if...
Answer the question.
Yes, my lord. I've got it here somewhere. I always carry it. You never know, do you? Here it is, in the front with my license number and all that. Yes, my blood is Group O.
Well, if it ain't old Daddy-O.
Hello, Clover.
What did there, Go-Go? So you worked today. Got all of us off, scot-free. I knew you could do it. Now, let's have that packet of fags. My throat's aching for one. Thanks, Go-Go. Me and the boys here's going to have a party. Coming along. Everything you want. Girls, champagne. People do me a good turn, and I does the same for them any time.
What about Jane?
Jane? Oh, who's Jane? I don't know no broad by that tap.
My daughter.
Oh, you got a little girl? Now, ain't that clever of you?
Clover, I got you off.
Sure you did that thing. They gave you ulcers doing it, didn't it? You'd rather see me go down the line for a lifer. I ain't forgetting what you said when I first asked you for help.
The rules.
They don't mean nothing to you. You ain't kept to the rules, have you?
No.
Oh, why start shouting about them?
When I saw you the first time, I...
You hated my guts. You was happy to tell me to take a walk across the sea with a chunk of iron around me middle. You've been paid to get me and the others off, so what are you yelling about?
You promised me Jane would come home safely if I managed to get you off.
Look at him, boys. Wouldn't take much to get him down on his hands and knees, praying to us. You're lucky I'm a kind bloke with a soft heart. If I wasn't, I'd see your little girl started a different kind of life to the one you was thinking she might. But I'm forgiving, ain't I? You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Now, you go home, Gogo, and soon you'll have her back. I'll say thank you like you was pleased and grateful to me.
Thank you very much.
I like to see someone who's humble enough to be proper grateful. So long, Gogo.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yes?
The judge asked me to speak to you. He wonders if you'd be kind enough to go along and see him.
Now?
Yes, please.
Come in.
I believe you wanted to see me, Judge.
Yes. Williams, ask them to be kind enough to have the car ready in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, for a great number of years, I have been very proud of the fact that I was first a member of the English bar, then of the English bench. I have believed both the bench and the bar to be without parallel elsewhere in the world because of the sense of honor and devotion with which members of them carry out their duties. Today it has been my misfortune to discover that, contrary to all I have hitherto believed, not every member of the bar is so jealous of the reputation he and his profession enjoy.
I don't quite understand you, Judge.
From time immemorial, Mr. Adams, counsel have been in a position of trust, in which, did they so wish, they could pervert the course of justice. A sense of honesty and faith has always in the past made it quite unnecessary to guard against any abuse of this position. Today you have shown me that we can no longer rely purely on a sense of honor.
Are you suggesting...
The 3 men who have just been tried were guilty of the offense with which they were charged and would normally by now have received heavy sentences of imprisonment. That they were not is because they were able to buy your advice.
That's not true.
The course of the conduct of your case was changed between Friday and today. The way in which the false evidence was given today clearly made certain that the prisoners would go free, yet would be unable to be charged with any other offense. Your advice was first class, Mr. Adams, but I shall make it my duty to see that no matter how much you were paid for it, you will think it dearly bought. You may go, Mr. Adams.
Well?
I got them off.
Oh.
Steady. They've promised to send Jane back safely.
When?
As soon as possible.
Oh, David. How did you do it?
By talking.
It was a miracle.
I'd hardly call it that.
I said you were a failure, David. How wrong can one be?
The judge called for me afterwards.
To congratulate you.
To tell me I was the first Judas at the bar.
Oh. Do you think they'll have fed Jane properly?
Have a drink?
Thank you. She has to watch her diet or she gets those spots.
All girls get spots at her age.
Shouldn't she be here now?
I don't know.
They are releasing her tonight, aren't they?
I hope so.
What do you mean? Why didn't you make certain?
Gwen, I've done everything I can, and I've just about had it. We've simply got to be patient. She'll come.
"9:30. She's not coming this evening.
We don't know where she's coming from. If they've kept her out of London, it'll take some time for her to get here.
You told me you thought they had her in London.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it now? Do you know something you're hiding from me?
Nothing.
Have you been lying to me all this time?
No.
Do you swear you haven't?
Yes.
Oh, David, if I... Oh, David. It's not Jane. She always knocks 3 times.
Come and see.
Hello. I'm hungry.
Oh, Jane.
What's in the fridge? Or is it still broken down?
Jane. Did they treat you all right?
Oh, not bad. It was better than school, but there wasn't enough to eat. I tell you, I'm hungry.
A table for one, sir?
No, thanks. Where's the party?
What party, sir?
The private one, a man called Clover.
I doubt if the ladies and gentlemen will wish to be disturbed, sir.
They'll get over it. Dreesley's the name. Detective Inspector Dreesley. Now, come on, where are they? Oh, in there, eh? Good evening, Clover. Evening, Casco. Green. Enton. Oh, yes. Your post. Been inside twice. Well, now we know the fourth man on the bank job.
What are you doing here?
Looking around.
Well, go look somewhere else. Here, Gasco, you're the mouthpiece. Put a skates under him.
Something wrong, Inspector?
Why?
Wonder what you were doing here. This is a private party.
Celebrating something?
Yeah, too true. We're celebrating the way we made fools of you splits.
Inspector, you can't be here on an official visit now, can you?
I wouldn't be certain exactly how to describe it.
I'm not sure you've even got the right to be here.
I shouldn't worry about that aspect of things.
Who asked you to push your oar in?
No one actually asked me.
And sharp.
Not just yet.
Clear out.
No. As I've always said, when voices begin to rise, it's time to sit down and have a drink. Here, Inspector, come and have a glass of bubbly. It's good stuff. Best the place has to offer. Rosie, you don't mind moving, do you?
Oh, glad to get away.
There you are, Inspector.
Cheers. Wish I could afford such luxuries.
Yeah. If you was wised up, you could afford it. Take me. I'm smart. Just done a job worth 15,000. I got money to spend.
Of course.
Oh, you was real smart, didn't you? All of you when you nabbed us. You was dumb. Couldn't put us inside, could you?
Come, Inspector. Let's not disagree over old history. Drink up and have some more of the bubbles of life.
Thank you.
Now that we're all friendly again, tell us why you're here.
Well, my presence, as they would say in official circles, is not unconnected with the bank job.
Well, the one the boys were tried for.
The very one.
Looking for the money.
Not primarily.
Then what?
I'm still interested in the boys who did it.
Well, there isn't any use coming here, is it?
No.
These boys are in the clear. There isn't anyone who can touch them.
Why not?
They've been tried, and a jury of honest men and women found them not guilty. I'm not a clever lawyer, but I do know a little about the law.
Obviously. From the way you got this lot off.
Inspector, you've got to leave the boys alone. Take them to court again, and what happens? Say you're the prosecuting bloke and you want to charge these boys with a bank job, right?
Right.
Right. I'm defending counsel. I rise to my feet like this. My lord, I say very respectfully and bow a little to show my feelings for the judge. My lord, I plead outre qui.
What's that mean?
Quit it already.
Rosie, shut up.
The boys, I say, have already been tried for this offense and found not guilty. And under our very fine system of law, no man may twice be put in peril for the same offense. The judge turns and addresses you. Mr. Inspector, he says, the plea is outre qui. How do you say to that? Oh, dear, you say
I say that you allowed for everything but a desperate counsel, ready to gamble. I say that Adam spoke to Brain, and from what he saw, he was ready to gamble that Brain wouldn't live very long. Brain didn't. He died yesterday. And the post-mortem shows he suffered from an abscess of the brain due to an infected clot of blood, the result of the head injuries received during the bank robbery.
It doesn't matter. Outre qui.
An acquittal on a charge of robbery with violence, Mr. Casco, is, if you continue to remember your law correctly, no answer to a subsequent indictment for murder, because the charge is based on a new fact. The death of the person who was injured. Come on, Clover.
That was Counsel for the Defense, dramatized by Felix Felton from the novel by Geoffrey Ashford. The cast was as follows: Clover, James Kenny; David Adams, William Edel; Mr. Justice Leeming, Carlton Hobbs; Gwen Adams, June Tobin; Mr. Casco, Norman Shelley; Miss Amelia Weston, Joan Hickson; Detective Inspector Dreasley, Hayden Jones; Mr. Pride, William Peacock; William Brain, Keith Williams; Mrs. Brain, Mary O'Farrell; Mr. McMenton, Douglas Storm; Mrs. Ash, Diana Olson; Jane Adams, Anna Bentinck.
A Whistle in the Dark is the first play by one of Ireland's leading dramatists, Tom Murphy. Written when he was 25, the first production in 1961 was greeted with controversy. It was staged in London after it had been rejected by the Abbey Theatre in Dublin. Well, today the play now seems ahead of its time with its raw depiction of working-class family tensions, violent gang warfare, racism, and the passionate voice it gave to the marginalised. It certainly impressed Harold Pinter and influenced his own play, The Homecoming. A Whistle in the Dark is set in Coventry during the 1960s and takes place over one day. With unemployment in Ireland high, Michael Carney has found work in England and married Betty, an Englishwoman. His brothers Harry, Iggy and Hugo are staying at his house, preparing for the arrival from Ireland of their father, Dada, and their youngest brother, Des. This is the first radio production of the play.
Sock! 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 Huh? Where is it? Sockin! 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 Here we go, loopy loop. Here we go, loopy lad. No, sock, sock! Where is my other stocking?
Do you want to see if this camp bed is going to be too short for you, Iggy?
Geeks! Betty! Huh? Sockin!
Iggy!
Are we ready? Stocking!
Maybe you dropped it on the stairs.
I'll have a look for you.
One of you might answer the door. It's hardly anyone for me.
I'll answer it. Here we go, loopy loop. Here we go, loopy. Mush!
Hugo!
Here we go, loopy loop. Here we go, loopy lad.
Ah! Heidi, was ya?
Hello.
Look, these socks have been dead for a year or more.
Did you find it? It wasn't long, was I? Draw! Easy with the delf. Short! Jesus, do you want me to cut the feet off myself? Hey up, Ig.
Train'll be in. Doesn't this colour suit our Michael now? Bog-hole brown.
Harry!
Train!
Jesus! Personally, my opinion, English women is no good, except for maybe reading real true love stories.
Give us a rest.
Aye, no use English birds.
We ready?
No value for money is English flesh.
Look at time.
Better run all right.
Be a nice thing for Dad and Des to arrive and we not there.
Don't mind selling, but personally wouldn't be wasting good money on no English charver. Aye, Mush?
England, beauty and home, heart. Ever seen a man put his fist through a door? I seen a fella one day.
Ever seen a man open a door without turning the knob?
Go on, try. Oh, start it. Michael. Shh. Hold on to it.
Bessie?
Is he trying against you?
No, let it go. Almighty would have made a great footballer. That's what's called anticipation.
That train will be in now.
Here we go, loop-de-loop. Here we go, loop-de-la. Not coming with us to meet Dada and Des?
I'll get the beds and things fixed up.
Hurry! The beds and things are fixed up.
Hey, up. Your slip is...
It's clean. Honestly.
I got a few bottles of beer. Keep them happy.
I still think you should have gone to the station.
And there's enough of a reception committee gone down. They'll be here in a few minutes.
Things are going to be cramped.
It'll be just for a week anyway.
Maybe Des will stay on.
No. Just a holiday.
Will your father mind sharing a room?
Are the beds fixed up okay?
Will your father... well... will he like me, sort of?
Hey. Come here to me. Grummy.
The house is really awful. I can't help it.
No. You'd like Des.
I've heard enough about him anyway. When you proposed, I thought you'd say, Des and I would like you to marry me. You or some... whatever it is.
No, you'll like him. I mean, he's not like me. I think you'll like him.
There will be 7 of us for tea. There's only 4 cups in the house now.
They all won't want tea.
Of 8 saucers.
You can buy some tomorrow, just Dada and Des.
That's all right, but this buying more cups business and putting in more panes of glass and...
Not tonight.
What? But isn't it daft? Everything. Look. Just look at the place after a few weeks of family life with your brothers. And now 2 more.
Not tonight, Josephine.
You what?
You are? We can drink out of the saucers. It's an old Irish custom.
No, it's daft.
And we'll get Little Pig, a bonnev, to run around the kitchen as a house pet.
Daft.
And we'll be progressive and grow shamrocks instead of geraniums and turn that little shed at the end of the garden into a hotel for the fairies and the leprechauns.
You're daft, you really are. We were doing pretty well before you asked them here. Daft.
And we'll...
No, I don't think it's small or funny.
Neither do I.
I'm not saying your father and Des aren't welcome, but the others.
Not tonight.
It's all right trying to be the big brother, but you're not getting on so well with them, are you?
Not tonight.
Well, when are you going to...
This isn't the time anyway.
I think it's as good a time as ever.
Oh, leave it so, can't you? You're rushing around like mad. Have a rest for a while or something. The place is fine.
What?
The place is fine. Relax. Have a rest. I'll give you a shout when they come.
Well, upstairs, is it? That is, if the fighting and the crashing all over the place doesn't start. Is it the table or chairs that got it this time?
Yes, yes, yes.
Who will make the bid to sleep with me tonight?
Oh, don't make a big thing out of it. Harry was drunk that night.
Harry is drunk tonight. The others are drunk. They're always drunk.
Don't start it, for Christ's sake. Jesus, haven't I enough on my mind?
All right. Quiet so. But look at it this way. I married you, not your brothers. Since you asked them here, we've hardly gone near each other. If I'm on my own here, I'm standing in the kitchen, afraid to make a sound. If I'm upstairs, I'm afraid to make a sound. That's just natural, is it?
Look.
That's the way every young married couple is it?
They're a bit wild.
Wild?
Yes, wild. A bit wild. They're my brothers. I have a responsibility. It's our family. A bit wild. They never got a chance. They'll change.
You're going to bring that about?
I'm the eldest.
Your father is the eldest. What about your responsibility to me? You're married now, you know.
I know.
I see.
Look.
Which comes first? Which is more important to you, me or your brothers?
That's silly, stupid talk.
Is it? It usedn't to be.
Look, what do you think will happen?
What do you think will happen to me?
And with Des coming here now...
To hell with Des and the rest of them. It's us or them. Which is more important to you?
Which is... silly. Stupid. I think I hear them coming.
I see.
Harry and Mush are coming with the cases.
Or maybe you should ask Mush to move in with us too.
Shh, Brummy. Your slip is still showing.
I just don't know.
It'll be okay. Niggers?
No.
Blacks?
No, I wouldn't call them that neither.
Did they arrive all right?
Muslims? Yeah, that's fair. We're Catholics. I got the first good belting I got for years off the Muslims a few weeks ago. Huh?
Did they arrive okay?
But I still like them, respect them, blacks, Muslims. They stick together, their families and all. And if they weren't here, like, our Irish blue blood would turn a shade darker, wouldn't it? Huh? And then some people would want our cocks chopped off too.
One-way tickets back to the jungle for us too, Har, if they weren't here.
Are they coming? Huh? Dada is looking great, you love to hear, Michael.
The lousers must have stayed on for another one at the Lion.
Des too.
He's a carny, all right.
Yeah, he's got big, big bones. Loose, he'll be a hard hitter.
When he learns about the nut.
He's learned it. His first lesson, Michael, half an hour over and young Des has a scrap already.
What? What happened?
Ah, you're awful worried, aren't you? Same as that night with the Muslims. Awful worried, aren't you?
For God's sake, he's only a kid. He's the biggest kid I ever seen.
One scrap already and tucks more on the way.
What happened?
Mush.
The train was in, and they were waiting in the Lion. And we were all having a few.
Oh, he's no beginner on the beer, Des isn't. I spotted that straight away. I wonder what he used to do with the money you sent him. School books, huh?
And Des went out to the Jacks, and we heard the scuffle starting.
No, he's no beginner on the beer. Are you sure you don't mind him busting his pioneer pin? Personally, I do.
And we breezed out lively, Michael. And these two English blokes, one of them putting the nut into Des.
Terrible job it's going to be buying pints for Des and brandy for Dada.
But they seen us coming, and they're scampering lively, and Des is dropping, and one of them, you know, shouting. He was looking for it. But Hugo got him a right fong up in the arse as he was running out the passageway. And your father was crabbed as hell when he heard they got away.
With the place you were standing, you could have got the other fella.
But I swung, Har, on me oath. Didn't you see me? But he was coming this way, see? And I had to throw the punch with me right. But normally I punch with me left, chop with me right. 'Cause I can't straighten this little finger, see? Since me accident.
Huh?
Ha ha! Har. And Harry struck, and Iggy struck, and Hugo struck, and then, upon the floor all KO dead, were the bloody Englishmen.
Is Des all right? The bloody Englishmen. The lousy Englishmen. And there's a lot of lousy Irishmen too, isn't there?
Scores of them. They're all the same.
They're not the same.
No. Oh no. Some are different right enough. Some are tougher. Like you and Iggy, it's the...
Is Des all right? Don't you hear the man talking? They're not the same.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, say it.
It's the fly shams I'm talking about. You have to keep watching them all the time.
What fly shams?
Them smiling shams that start doing you favours because they want something off you. And if they don't do something for you, it's because they want something for that too.
Personally, why should a man do nothing for nothing?
I know, but they deny that, and you don't know where you are. Them fellas in charge say they're running things for what they can put into things, and they're just there for what they...
can get out of things.
That's what has the world daft the way it is.
I don't mind.
Neither do I, but that's my opinion. And it's how they put on the serious faces that gets me most of all. Killed out making big serious faces, organising and that. But one little eye is doing a cute slow waltz all the time to see if the big boss, or the priest, or someone sees how killed out they are making faces.
The holy ones is the worst.
The ones that say father, like that, father, to the priest. And their sons is always thick, but they get the good job stakes all the same. County council and that.
Them are the ones that gam on not to know you when they meet you.
Even the ones was in your own class.
That's because the way they think you feel towards them. It's not how they feel. They don't mean... Thinking so hard when they meet you that they don't see you because they're thinking so deep.
Oh, but we're all equal and love your brother. Pray for them that persecute...
and calumniate.
and fornicate you. Are you wise to them clients at all?
He knows them. I know them. But they don't eat me.
Did you ever notice the way they wrinkle up their noses? Especially when...
there's no need to... What? Exaggerate. He's not. They do. Exaggerating what, anyway? You don't know what he was going to say, so how do you know it's exaggerating? See? Your big mistake is thinking they don't do it to you. Go on, Mush. They wrinkle up their noses.
You know, when they have on their 4 minx furs and their crocodile skin shoes, they wrinkle up their noses.
That's right.
Oh, that's because the smell of the furs and crocodiles.
No. The British boys, and smiles looking sideways and spitting over their left shoulders unknown.
I'm paddies.
You're not a paddy.
We're all paddies and the British boys know it.
So we can't disappoint them if that's what they think. Personally, I wouldn't disappoint them.
You won't fit into a place that way.
Who wants to?
I do.
You want to be a British paddy?
No. But a lot of it is up to a man himself to fit into a place. Otherwise, he might as well stay at home.
It's up to a man himself.
It's up to us.
Give and take.
Us. We've no chance. Har? Too much backhanding, too much palm oil, too many Holy Marys pulling strings and talking about merit.
Too many people smiling. Too many...
That's what I was saying.
Too many people saying hello. Too many...
That's what I was saying, Har.
Huh?
That everyone has a motive these days, even for a smile. Huh? That's what I was saying a minute ago.
Okay. What's your motive for going around with me?
Huh? Oh, it's... Well, we were in the same class, remember? Me, you and Hugo in the back seat.
But what are you smiling for? What do you want?
Oh, Jay Sham, don't take it too serious.
Ah, but I do.
But it's only with some people, Har, that...
Yeah? What's Michael's motive?
For what?
For anything. For keeping us here.
God, I don't know. Brothers. You're all brothers.
Nah, caw. Why do you do it, Mikey? And I think it's you following us. And you don't like us, I think. Huh? Tell us, Mush.
God, I don't know. I suppose he has no choice.
Huh?
Oh, Jay, I didn't mean it like that.
We have enough bull talk around here.
Well, I'm just going.
Sit down.
No, honest. The queer one should be waiting this hour. I just want to tell her I'm not available tonight. See you later. The best. Ta.
Harry, I wanted to... We should have a talk.
In case you think I'm drunk or something.
No, I wasn't thinking that. I know you're not.
What do you want to talk about?
Well...
Dada, is it?
No. About Des.
What about him?
He's okay?
He's okay.
Well, he's the youngest.
Yeah?
He's only a kid and... Well, he couldn't have much sense yet.
He won't be long wising up over here. What are you getting at?
Well, it's up to the two of us. It's up to us to see he goes home in, say, a week's time.
And why?
Just. It's up to the two of us. He's only a kid and... Well, there's no one left at home now with Mama.
Isn't there Dada?
Des hasn't a chance over here.
Chance of what?
Look at it this way. It'd be sort of all right, wouldn't it? If Des was something. Something in the family.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We could be proud of him. Some one of us at last to get something decent, a good job. Everyone has a boast about something we never had.
There's Dada and...
Des is still young. He could still get something. We're all of us, well, straight talking, we don't count.
A doctor, maybe.
Something, no. Something.
A solicitor, maybe.
No, just something respectable to be at home.
Crap. Be something like you, is it? Afraid of his shadow?
Wait a minute.
Then we'd be proud of him, is it? It's up to the two of us, you and me. Crap, daft, bullshit. Do you think I'm an idiot? Des can do what he likes. Anyway, he's staying on. We need him.
Look, I don't mean he has to be a doctor or a... What do you mean you need him?
Just we need him, that's all. Anyway, he's staying. There's no one forcing him, but he's not going home yet.
The Mulryans.
Ah, Betty Batter bought a pound of butter. Sly, fickle Betty does be ear-wigging at keyholes.
For God's sake, you're not going to meet the Mulryans.
Behind the old factory at Rocks Lane.
There was an old woman called Betty. You know that one? Mush told me. He knows all them ones.
Hold on a minute now.
There was an old woman called Betty. She slipped off the back of the settee. The settee it broke.
But why?
Why not?
Why fight the Mulryans?
Oh, a lot think, we aren't able for them. But that wouldn't bother you. Just like Dada said, you've no pride.
Dada is in on this already.
We told him. The Mulryans was doing a lot of bragging about what they do to us, so we sent them word we was claiming them. Carneys versus Mulryans. All the Carneys. Me, Iggy, Dada, Hugo and Des. Des'll be good. 5 of us, 7 of them.
You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing this time? You know the kind they are, how they fight.
You know how I fight? We're all iron men, not just Iggy. Ask Dada. Fight all night, Michael. Anyone. Iron. Look. But look. More iron. A souvenir from Ireland. Iron Man. Let no one say there was ever a gibber in our family. Or was there? Huh? Not even one. Was there a gibber in our family, Michael? Go on, tell the missus.
If you have to fight and get killed, don't draw Des into it, that's all.
Gibber, what about the gibber?
That sort of thing doesn't bother me at all.
Huh?
And you want to start looking for new digs?
Huh?
Just don't draw Des into it.
Huh?
We're going to do the place up.
Now, bitchy, how would you like to keep your English mouth out of it and let the man of the house talk? What were you saying? You're tired of us, is it? Mush says you've no choice. What do you think?
My concern at the moment is for Des.
You'll just have to get out, that's all.
Look, why don't you go back to the skivvying in there?
You don't talk to me like that.
Take it easy.
You want to talk about Des? Well, I think we should have a talk, too, about something else. That night with the Muslims.
Another time. They're here.
2 days in hospital. We were just talking about you.
Ah, yes. How are you, Michael? You're welcome. You're welcome. Come in. Don't say this is Des.
Michael?
Here, that's Desmond. I thought you'd be a little lad that size. Come in. Thank you. Sit down, sit down. Thank you. Oh, this is my wife, Betty. Betty, this is Dada and Des.
Yes, I heard a lot about you. How do you do, ma'am?
Mr. Carney, how do you do? Let me take your coats.
Ah, yes, take off your coats.
I hope we aren't too much trouble now, inconvenience.
Not at all.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Well, you're looking well, Michael. That's a nice woman you got.
You're looking well yourself?
Well, can't help it. Can't help it.
No, I suppose. How's Mama?
Fine, fine. Send her love to you all. I wanted her to come over with Desmond and I'd stay at home, didn't I, Desmond? Or even come with the 2 of us, yes. But you know your mother. Somebody might run away with the house and... Ha-ha!
Was it rough crossing?
A bit. Desmond didn't feel too good. Didn't affect an old sailor like me, though.
No.
Will I get the tea now?
Ah, yes, do.
Don't go to any trouble now, ma'am. Just a cup.
It's no trouble at all, Mr. Carney.
Yes, nice woman you got, Michael.
But I'd hardly know Des, honestly. He's got so big. How are things with you, Des?
Good. He has shoulders like the old man, all right, isn't he?
It must be hard trying to keep a lad like that fed at home.
We want for nothing at home.
Oh, I know. Just codding about Des growing so much. Oh, a thing I was often thinking about. Them trees we planted, do you remember? Did they grow?
Oh, yeah.
Before I came over here, Des and myself were down in the wood one day and we got these 5 young ash trees and we planted them at the wall at the back of the house. 5 of them. 1 for each of us, 5 sons, you know? I was wondering, did they all grow?
They did, I think. Some of them.
I never seen them. It's dangerous anyway, having trees near a house like that.
Storms and all.
Not only that, but the carbon dioxide. Gas. Trees give it out at night. The carbon dioxide. It'd poison you.
What are you at now?
Work, is it?
Yeah.
Something lined up, you know?
Yeah?
Yes, a good job on the way. You never lost it, Michael. The old warrior. Isn't he the old warrior, lad, huh? Isn't he the old warrior?
What do you think of Coventry?
The other way round. What does Coventry think of him, does he?
Yes, Coventry has made his impression already.
Is it okay?
Nothing, two fellas in the you know, of the pub. And they were laughing, you know, and talking about, well, paddies. Wait till you hear this. Go on, Des. Sort of jibing Iggy and Hugo. And they must have been listening to us inside, and I sort of went across to them and I said, well, I'm a paddy, I said.
You shouldn't have taken any notice of
Des. Shush.
Well, they went for me, and, well, I had to defend myself. I had to try. Two of them. One of them sort of came at me with his head, his forehead. The nut. And I got this bruise and stares for a minute, and then, well, lights out.
I wish I was there when it happened. Paddies. Irish people talk better than English people do.
And O'Connell Street is the widest street in the world.
But wait a minute, Desmond. You said, well, I'm a paddy, right?
I said.
And where were you standing then?
Well, I went across and they were, you know...
But you were standing in the middle of the toilet?
They were sort of, you know...
and they went for you, right?
Well, I'd let go when...
Well, but you didn't connect properly.
Well, they were coming for me and I...
You tore into you. What did you do then?
When they...
Yes, rushed you.
Well, his head...
You waited for them, right? Wrong, lad. Big mistake. You should have... But ask Ignatius. Henry, I bet they'd agree. You shouldn't have stood there.
Called us.
No, I'm surprised at you, Hubert. You're back to the wall, man. Protection. The wall. You're back to it. Ignatius?
No one behind you.
You're back to the wall.
Keep swinging.
Remember that now. You won't always have me or your brothers. So what do?
Get back to the wall and keep swinging.
And a last piece of advice. Don't ever go expecting anyone, a friend or anyone, to help you in a fight. While you're looking around for that friend, you could be finished. If someone joins in, okay, but you keep your eyes on your man.
And if someone joins in, you don't run.
But I wouldn't.
No, there's good stuff in Desmond.
I wouldn't.
No fear of him doing that.
Just in case he might be another 4-minute sham.
I know a thing or two.
I know. We've a sort of joke here about sprinters.
Is the tea ready?
Yeah.
Did you not see the bottle? On the little windowsill. Dust and cobwebs on it. Did you not see it? What was that doing there?
Hard hitting's enough.
Nah, a bottle is better than a fist. A broken bottle is better than 2 fists. See the fear of God it puts into them and they start backing away from you.
I seen fellas fighting better because of the fear of God.
Nah, not with the spiky glass in front of their eyes. They don't know what to do, they're so frightened. And he tries to save himself with his hands, and they get bleeding first.
Take it easy, Harry.
You pay attention, Des.
Take it easy.
Michael or Myler don't like glass. He don't like blood. He don't like us. He don't like anything.
What if you've no bottle? What then?
Always this.
Or a chain, or a rasp, or a belt, or a chair.
You pay attention, Des. You be my apprentice and I'll make you a tradesman. A good one.
Come on, the tea is getting cold.
Which is best, you think, Dada? Bottles or just fists? Is Iggy or me right?
Dada, stow it. This kind of talk.
This is a good, healthy argument. It could save a man's life. Now, fists or bottles? Well, when I was your age, I could flatten any man that came my way with my fists. Ha ha, Ignatius! And I still can. Make no mistake about that. 1 man, 2 men, or 3 men. After that, ha ha, Harry! I see no harm in taking up a club to even up the numbers. Do you get me now?
But why take the risk ever fighting fair with anyone?
It's up to yourself. Can you take him without a club?
Why ask the question at all?
Yes.
Huh? A fight's a fight, Dada.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right. It's a very personal question, and up to the man involved.
Would you like to sit at the table now?
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Huh?
The tea.
Tea, Harry?
Yeah. Yeah. Very tasty. Yeah. You're a very good cook, ma'am.
Oh, I would have liked to have done something nicer for you, Mr. Carney.
Very tasty.
Thank you.
Yes. Very nice woman you got there, Michael.
God bless the work. Is Harry here? One of your long-haired ones is waiting up the road.
Oh, you courting Henry?
I hear things are very bad in Mary Horan's country, Mr. Carney.
What?
Ireland, Mary Horan's country.
The economy destroyed since the demand for St. Patrick's badges fell. Good to be chat. Slán, Liv.
Slán, lad.
I've just put on some food, Mr. Carney. It won't take long.
Can you talk Irish, Dada?
I'm fluent at it. Many's the conversation I have at home with John Quinlan. You know John, the doctor? And Anthony Hennigan, he's an architect. At the club. And often, for the sport of it, we talk nothing but Irish all night. At the club.
I think I knew Anthony Hennigan.
A grand young man. Scholarly, fond of his jar.
He was a few years ahead of me at school.
You should have gone on for an architect.
2 years of secondary school wouldn't have made an architect out of me.
Your aunt would have kept you on at that school, but instead you kept running back to us every chance you got. I didn't think you were fond of us in them days. Huh, lads? Huh? But it's a grand job, though, an architect. And plenty of cash in it. And nothing to it. Even Anthony admits that. Sure, anyone can draw a house.
How long do you think you'll stay?
I'll take a week, maybe 10 days, to see you're all okay.
Yeah?
I think I'll stay for another while. I'll get something here to keep me going. Harry said he'd fix me up anyway.
I thought you were getting into the new factory at home.
Lousy few quid, I don't fancy it much.
The lad has the wandering bug too. Do you think you'd like it here, Desmond?
It'd be better for you at home.
I thought you two used to get on well.
I think I'll try it for a while, Michael.
Now you want to send him back, and he's just over.
Wouldn't it be all right for you to have someone at home?
I didn't think I looked that old. Do I, boys?
Well, for Mama, then.
Naturally, we want to keep the boy, but I wouldn't keep a lad from what he wants himself, just for walking round the house. Am I right? That was always my way. Free will.
There's too many bosses in that factory job. Slave drivers. You don't have to lick no one's shoes over here.
No one would like it better than me for you to be over here, but the job at home is sound, secure.
Why are you putting him off?
There isn't a lot over here for anyone, Dada. At home is a better bet.
You're casting a reflection on your brothers, Michael.
He could go to the tech and all at night, Dada, don't you agree? And then maybe later...
The trouble with you, Michael, is you've no pride. I don't want people, tuppence, halfpenny guys ordering a son of mine a carney to clean up after them.
I'm not going to get you now, Dada. But what do you think he'll be doing over here?
I'm not a man that believes in apron strings. Desmond is the youngest, but he's no child. I let the rest of you make your own choices, decisions, free will. Always believed in that. So if you failed, you can't blame me. They made their own decisions. Oh, but you didn't fail. And I'm proud. And you did it on your own. No matter who was casting suspicious reflections. I was always a proud man. Everyone would tell you that. I have my pride. I know. But as I said, a man must have pride. And in the words of the great Jean Tunney, a man must fight back. His father was a Mayo man too.
What do you think, Iggy? Should he stay or go?
Not my affair.
A straight answer.
We need him.
Does he know what for?
Let her do the choosing. Like Dada said, she's no baby.
I'd like to stay, Michael, honest.
Don't be a fool. You don't know what's here for you.
He isn't a fool.
I need it. This is for the family.
Well said.
It wouldn't be fair if I went back. The Mulryans, 7 of them. I don't think it would be fair to back out. Anyway, I wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't be right. If the Mulryans is bragging about what they do to sons of mine, then they have to be learned differently.
And when is this great event to take place?
Any time they like. We sent them word.
And I'm proud of ye, your ability, as my father was proud of me. Afraid of no man, able for all.
A fine man isn't a thug.
Any man can't fight isn't worth a salt. I'm restraining myself, Michael. A man must fight back. A man must fight back. I'm a fighting man myself, and I can talk with the best and mix with them. And as Anthony Hennigan said to me one evening...
This is no place for another carney.
What? Aren't we not welcome here? I told you, didn't I? He started.
I'm not starting anything. Dada, listen.
Don't tell me to listen. Wasn't easy for me to come here, but I came. That's me, forgive and forget. All for the sake of the family. I came here in good faith, and the welcome I get is a barrage of insinuating questions.
All I'm asking is a simple thing.
No!
No one said anything about good faith.
Are you sneering at what I'm saying? At your father? Do you see him, lads?
Honest to God, all I'm saying
Do you
is...
hear him?
Should Des go home? I think it's better.
And whom is the rightful judge on that matter?
God, that's exactly what you used to say to me 15 years ago.
I'm not welcome, boys.
My God, he won't throw no one out in me here.
Who said anything about that? I
can take care of myself, honest, Michael.
No, he knows better, Desmond.
What am I?
What? What are you saying?
What's Harry? What are they? And what's Des going to be? What are we, the Carneys?
Oh, I've my pride if you haven't. As I said,
and what are...
I'm afraid of no man alive, and I can talk with the best and...
What are you?
There's no change in you. We're rotten, the lot of us, except you.
It's not my fault.
And is it mine?
Dad, is first night over. No one should talk to their father like that.
No, Hugh, but they shouldn't. But he's our educated boy. I thought we were rid of you years ago when I flung you out. But you keep sticking on.
He'd have asked us to stay here.
He wants to live with men, and he hasn't a gut in his body. Worse, he wants to give the others. You! You're like a mangy dog. The more it's kicked, the harder it sticks on. That's you. And he calls ye rotten. Him! This is a good job I came over. And you're saying Desmond is going home?
No need to get excited.
What? What?
There's no one trying to give orders. I just want us all to get on. We're a family.
And who's disrupting the family?
No need to get excited.
Don't try a bluff. You should know it won't work with me. You can talk a bit, but you can't act. Actions speak louder than words. The man of words fails the man of action. Or maybe you have changed, got brave. Maybe you'll act.
I think you're both getting worked up about nothing.
You don't know him.
Who do you think you are?
The same man I always was.
This isn't 20 years ago.
The same belt even. Look!
Are you mad? This is my house you're in now, remember?
Oh, aren't you great to have a house? Doing well. We're proud of you. Is it paid for, though? Doesn't change things whose house it is. Or maybe you are the boss here, what? Instead of your faithful dog look. Any more instructions, doggy? Any more sneering?
We're all grown up. We're not kids now.
We're? I'm talking to you. You, on your own. Are you grown up over us?
You can't walk in here and...
Here we are now. Some fresh tea, Mr.
Up, muck, and trash. We'll put him to bed like in the old days. I showed him. He never changed a bit. Like old times. But do ye know I was very lonely for a year at home. I'm glad I came. I'm glad. Yes. Ah, you're great lads. for the sake of the family, wish to friction a bad thing. Domestically. A bad thing. Yes. No. Sufficient said. Yes. Internal friction. Always bad domestically. Yes.
Will you smoke that?
No, I'll smoke. I will, thank you. Thank you. Very nice cigarette.
I wanted to...
Yes?
No, Dada. What were you going to say?
Oh, just, I hope you appreciate the moral courage it took for me to... Duty.
Yes, I do.
It wasn't easy for me to... Internal friction, bad, and...
Yes, I know. I appreciate it.
Duty.
Yes.
Family.
Yes. That's what I wanted to talk about, too.
Well, maybe we should postpone. What?
It's a good few years. It's a long time since we saw you, and, well, we weren't home for a long time.
Yes?
We're changed more than you know.
Do you think so, son?
You haven't, I mean, the others. They've gone completely...
Spirited?
No, they're big names.
Big names?
No, I don't mean in that sense.
Carnies?
I mean around this area. And I was getting a bit worried, and I moved out here too, you know.
Henry is talking about buying a car.
I thought I could sober them up.
A lot of prestige attached to a car.
Look, straight talking, Dada. Harry has a couple of women working for him. You know? You know what I mean? He even suggested I give him the front room for his business. And Iggy is foreman of a heavy digging job just outside town, and under Harry's supervision, he sacks and hires Harry's clients, mostly darkies and men that find it hard to get work. And then every payday, they collect £1 or £2 apiece of all that Iggy hired.
They're in it in a big way?
No, it's not that big. They're trying to be fly. They think they're being fly. There's no one to tell them.
They could be big.
No. It's where it's all leading to.
You wouldn't turn down a soft pound?
I know. I'm as light-fingered as anyone. But it's a can of paint, a bit of timber, a few bricks.
Make your money fast. It's the only way. That's the way they all did it. Then buy a business. The whole family could be in it. Michael Carney and Sons. Ha ha! Michael Carney Senior and Sons.
Sure, I know. It'd be great, but...
What?
Well, the police...
What about them? I know about the police. I was one myself.
But it's where it's all leading to. And I've this awful feeling that something terrible is going to happen.
No danger. I'm very fast to size up a good thing. Opportunity. Cute Henry never said a word about his enterprises.
Do you know what it is?
Michael G. Carney and Sons, over a shop, Michael. There's plenty of time later for respectability when we've shown them.
Do you know what I mean when I say he has a few little girls working for him? Kids. I see them down the road in the little cafe. Don't you know what it is to take a couple of quid off a working man every week?
Make the most of opportunity.
No. And you know this is terrible, the same as I do.
They're the only ones at it, are they?
No.
Well, then...
No.
And what did you think I should do?
Well, the first thing...
Drag Desmond home behind me?
It's just I have this awful feeling. Well, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up last night. Just as you said, he's no child now and he's bright enough. And let him have a look around for a while and then decide for himself.
So I'm not the fool you think I am?
I never thought that. The first thing is this fight with the Mulryans.
Don't fight?
You know yourself what can happen.
I don't know.
You wouldn't be doing it for me, Dada.
Oh, no, I wouldn't be doing it for you. I never did anything for you, did I?
No, I don't mean that. You're the only one they listen to.
I know.
Well, look. Do you honestly, a straight question now, do you honestly think they should fight?
Enough said. You're always right. I'm always wrong. The defaulter. No, say no more. My advice and views are respected, sought by the best everywhere, anywhere I go. But you know it all.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
No more time for you. I know how you think. I came in here like a man, and this is the reception.
Well, what are you going to do?
Enough said. My responsibility, boy. My responsibility.
Phew. It's warm outside. Des and I were going off somewhere for the night, Michael. Weren't we?
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Michael?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to be as handsome as your brother?
Yeah.
Then you can get a pretty little woman like me. English.
We must get a nice girl for you, Des. I know. That pretty girl in the paper shop on the corner. Yeah, I think she...
Why are you always trying to organise other people? Do you think they don't know how to organise their own lives? What business is it of yours?
Des is in no hurry with the boards, are you? Don't be in any hurry to go to the altar. See what happened to me?
About 15 years' time.
Oh, no, you'll be too old then. You'll be past it, like your brother. But when you do get married, make sure...
You don't see your mother-in-law too often, Mum and Dad. Make sure.
There's worse than mother-in-laws you can see too often.
What?
I said there's worse than mother-in-laws to have around.
Wives.
Oh, good boy, Desi.
That's very funny, I'm sure.
Oh, she's getting narked.
No, I'm not. It would take more than that, not like some. My advice to you is don't get married at all. Honestly. Irishmen shouldn't.
Right, gum lad, huh?
Is she crabbed?
Nah. I just seem to be thinking a bit different from other people these days.
Dada? You saw him going upstairs when we came in.
Talk about a man.
Alright, he's alright. He's contrary at times. And often, he isn't so practical. But it's always the way with the clever man. You know how it is. And he finds it hard to talk about little things, and a strange thing about a month ago. He stole an overcoat.
Hmm?
Yeah, Dada.
He never did anything like that before.
I know. And he stole it out of that golf club, where he likes to drink. And it was that Anthony Hennigan's coat. And he just threw it over the wall coming home. And I don't know why. He didn't want the coat.
Did anything happen?
No. But he can't drink there anymore. He doesn't know we heard about it, Mama and I.
How is she?
She's fine.
How are you fixed for dust?
I'm okay.
Here's a few quid anyway. You might want something.
No, I'm okay.
Here, take it. Don't be silly. If you're stuck later, let me know. You might want to get something for Mama.
Thanks.
She's all right, is she?
Yeah. Fine. She said to tell you to come home for Christmas.
I might.
No, she said to be sure you come. To tell you.
I might, all right.
She said even for a few days.
It's over 10 years, you know.
God, it'd be great. Wouldn't it be great if we were all at home together at Christmas? Walking uptown. Us all together. I think she gets sort of lonely. Us all gone, you know.
Yeah.
I think she gets sort of lonely.
Yes. Well, he never made things easy for her.
Well, he got a fair amount of tough luck. Like, but you'd manage a few days anyway and try and pull with himself. He can be understanding too.
Yeah. I never thought he was stupid. If he was, I wouldn't mind. Just getting dafter. Not stupid. Just harebrained.
Who's harebrains? You, it must be Mush they're talking about.
Not me. I'm a rabbit man myself. Remember the rabbit hair? God made the bees and...
The bees made honey.
God made man and...
Man made money.
God made the rabbit to run around the grass.
God made the greyhound to catch him by the arse.
I hear that Dada is a bit of a greyhound too, though, huh? I hear he can still make you run.
How are the Flanagans, Des?
The ones who used to live next door.
Used?
They moved into a new house a few years ago.
Oh.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
They've a new house. Ha, Ray?
Yeah?
Pookie Flanagan. That's what we used to call him. He used to sweep the roads.
That's right. He was a road sweeper. And one of his sons became an engineer. And there was a girl that became a nun. And another of them was at the university when I left. All from the dirt of the roads.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
But you were saying yesterday, as far as I remember, that people like us haven't a chance to get on.
I didn't say that I'm not getting by, did I? In my own special little personal way, did I?
And what was Dada?
A policeman once?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
And what's that old saying of yours, Mush? Why wouldn't he get on? A policeman's son. We're a policeman's sons.
Dada did all right as far as I'm concerned.
Roaring around the town louder than someone shouting the water is to be turned off, that the carnies are the best men.
Times were hard, Michael, in them days.
Harder for Pookie Flanagan.
Why are you trying to knock him? You think he belted you too much? Personally, I don't think you ever got belted enough.
I just like some people to know that a lot of the rubbish talked isn't the gospel.
Huh?
I hear about the old days even yet.
They're hard to live down.
No. A lot of people at home talk about Iggy, and y'all, with a sort of respect. They do, Michael. And they know Iggy is called the Iron Man over here, even outside the town. They're, well, kind of afraid of the name Kearney.
Afraid?
Afraid.
I'd agree with that.
They sort of look up to it.
Come off it. Who looks up to us? I'll tell you. I could tell you a million things.
Yeah, you're clever.
I was uptown one day with another fella and we were passing Doonans, you know? Doonan the postman. And his kids were playing outside and one of them hit the other with a stone just as we were passing and Doonan came out. He didn't ask who did it or anything. But when he saw me, he shouted, "Go home, you tinker. Go back to your tent, Carney." He never asked the kids. He never looked at the fella with me. I was the tinker.
Yeah? And what did you do?
Well, I didn't think there was any point in saying anything to a man like...
What would you do, Des?
I'd have split him wide open, I would. Give him cause to call names.
And then you have another incident chalked up for the...
But you didn't start it.
That wouldn't worry him.
But you were saying there was respect.
You're a coward, that's all.
But you were saying they look up to us. Huh? Huh, Mush? Do you? Huh? Look up to us? Huh?
Huh? Ha ha. Har. Remember McQuaid, the school teacher? Come here to me, O'Reilly. Come out here, you moron. Ah, look at him. Look at the cut of him, boys. Thy knees have seen water at baptism last. Ah, he thinks it funny himself. Now. The imbecile finds himself funny. Where's your learned friend, Mr. Henry Carney? We'll have your catechism up when I speak to you. Who made the world?
McAlpine.
He ever do that to you? Carefully lifting locks of your hair with his pencil he'd be sucking on?
Yeah.
To see if there was any lice, fleas on you, huh?
Yeah.
But I suppose he never done it to you.
Teachers have to look...
Why do they only have to do it to some? You'd imagine they're teachers. Polite to do it to everyone. Any time I got pox or crabs wasn't off the ones I thought I'd get it off. Lifting your hair like that. Holding his breath in your ear. Then munching them nuts. Moving on to the next place in your head. And slobbery bits of white nuts slobbering outside his lips.
And the oranges, Har.
He was a pig!
And the little penknife he'd have for peeling his apples.
And asking you what you had for your dinner, not because he cared, and personal questions. He never asked you, I suppose.
Yes.
Yes. He asked all the class one day, "What you going to be when you grow up?" Some said...
Yeah, I said that day a lighthouse keeper, and he said...
Some said engine drivers and things. And Dada was then sort of selling things round the countryside. Suits and coats and ties and things. Well, just when he came to my turn, and I was ready to say what I was going to be, he said first, I suppose, Carney, you'll be a paddy peddler.
What were you going to say anyway, you'd be?
Priest. I said it too after he saying the other thing, and he laughed.
The friggin' bastard.
Yeah, the friggin' pig. And all the other friggin' pigs. You'd still salute McQuaid?
I haven't lost any sleep over him for years. Would you still salute him?
Oh, Jesus, you're very clever. No, I wouldn't. I fight.
And what good is that? Be called an Iron Man?
No.
Why so?
Out of why? Why my arse? Why anything?
But you've no reason, see?
But see, I have reason, see? All right. I'll fight anyone that wants to, that don't want to. I'm not afraid of nobody. They don't just ignore me. They don't ask me what I had for my dinner. They don't...
They who?
Oh, them. Them shams. You all know who I'm talking about. You know them. He knows them. You suck up to them, I fight them. Who do they think most of, me or you?
If it comes to that, I'm...
Ah, do they now? They think more of you? I can make them afraid. What can you do? They notice me. Do they notice you? They don't pretend to notice me, but they do. And they're beginning to notice me more and more. And they know clean and straight where I stand. And I know where I stand. And I like it. And I'm pleased. Personally, I'm very pleased.
I'm going up to a club up the road. Do you want to come? I won't be long.
I have to give Dada a shout. We're all going out.
See you in a while, Des.
Well, killer.
Hugo?
Where's the preacher off to, all spruced up?
Up to Father Rowan's place. I'd better be off myself.
That's the place they put you out of one night, and you broke the billiard table first.
Ah, the Snakes and Ladders place.
Where you off to, Mush?
You're all dolled up beside me, Hart. Down to get a clean underpants. You'd never know who you'd meet on a Saturday night.
See you in the bar later.
Right. Ta, the best.
You didn't go off with Michael, Des. You go to the pictures?
Them singing shams is all played out. All mouths and fire and roses of women. I think you'd get this telly fixed up again. There's a very bad stable we're in.
Do you remember that kiddie, Hopalong Cassidy? You never see her now.
He was a tough one.
He was like her.
I never seen him in a bad picture. Did you ever notice he was never bothered with the women? I never seen him kiss a Jane once.
I did. Just once, though. You see, in this picture, this one was after getting shot, and she was dying out in the prairie. And Hoppy come along, singing or laughing at something, or admiring the view for himself, on his horse. And she was dying. So he seen her, and he jumped down, and she said, "Hoppy, kiss me, I'm dying," or something.
Huh?
"Hoppy, kiss me, I'm dying," something.
And did he?
He did.
Well, I suppose he couldn't help it.
I seen that one. And Hoppy, where she nearly started crying and grinding her teeth like that. Oh, yeah. She was the kiddie. He was like her.
Where's Dada?
I better give him a shout. I don't think he's so flush with the money.
We sent him nothing for a few weeks. We all chip in now?
10. 15 each. 15.
My 15.
I'll call him. Oh, I was just...
Boys, nothing like 40 winks in the evening. Oh, has someone too much money?
That's yours.
You must have left it there.
We all chipped in.
Anything to eat out here?
Oh, boys. It's hard not to say a few words at times like this. I know it's not necessary. I am sure of that. Nevertheless, permit me. And, unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I know you realize it is your duty, And you do it in this way of contribution.
We can afford it. Me, Iggy, and Harry.
Well,
That's right, Desmond. It isn't exactly of you yet.
Does Michael ever come across?
Hubert is not coming across when you send me or give me money, when you send it to your mother and I. You all learned your catechism. Well, honour thy father and thy mother. And when you send me, thy father, money, your honour. Do you get me?
We'll squeeze Michael a bit. He'll chip in any more.
I want nothing of him. Anyway, if I wanted him squeezed, who would I get to do it? Who? Me? Myself? The old man? He's gone out, is he? Were you talking to him?
For a while.
About me?
No.
What was he saying?
Nothing.
That's a highly intelligent way of talking. I bet he told you I was... Well, imagine. What else did he say?
He just said you didn't get on so well.
And that it's my fault? Get wise to him, he said? To me and your brothers? Well, I'm telling you now, you get wise to him, boy. He tried the same game with Ignatius and Hubert, didn't he? Yes. But see, they were too smart for him. Looking down his nose act, sneering. Nobody can be right, only him. But I'll do for him yet. He knows a lot, I'm sure.
But I think you've got him, well, a bit wrong. He's not too bad.
And what I'm saying, he's an ungrateful tramp. Disrupting. After all I did for him, what am I telling you?
Where's Harry? Where's Harry? They're up at the Lion. They're here. Where's Harry?
Huh?
The Mulryans. They're up at the Lion.
Yeah?
I was pointed out. And the first thing I know, the big fella, John, come over behind me and was saying, I'll have a pint, mate.
Yeah?
I did. And he said, you a friend of the Carneys? Yeah. You know where they live? Yeah. Yeah. Well, run down and tell them any time.
Right.
No rush. They're drinking?
He swallowed the pint with my compliments easy enough.
Let them enjoy themselves a while, Iggy. How many of them?
6?
6?
There's a rumour one of them is locked up.
That a pity, Des. Not 7? And, yeah?
The big fella, John.
King.
Him they call the king.
Big flat nose.
I'll soon flatten it more for him.
He's well over 40.
I'll soon.
But Jesus, I wouldn't like him squeezing me head. He'd give, Jesus, your ears an awful chewing.
Go up and say right, but that I'm out at the moment and we're waiting for me and then we'll be up.
No. They'll think we're afraid.
No, let them think. They'll think different later. Say 9 o'clock we'll be up mush and we'll have a drink and then ramble up to Rocks Lane.
Oh, Jay Sharp.
Go on.
Couldn't Hugo go, or?
No.
What about the killer?
Nah.
Huh? We could bring him, like, for the crack.
No. He's a spoiler. Tucks of time, Iggy.
What about a plan? Won't we line up in some special way, like in a V, maybe?
None of us is writing books of memories later. The best time to think is when you see them across from you. Don't worry, Des. I'll harden your fists. And Iggy, I have a...
I'll manage without us.
A handy chain.
I'll manage without us.
5 against 6, maybe 7.
No one is telling me. I don't have to use none of them things.
Okay, it's your...
My head.
Okay.
My head.
All right.
Right.
Dada?
No equipment, thank you.
Seems like we're taking all this like a game. You might change your minds when you see them, but personally, I'm going to change. For dinner. I'm not spoiling this jacket.
Hurry up. Listen, boys, we all seem to be fixed up all right. Remember, if there's clubs, it'll all be over in a few minutes, so get into it right away. Fight for the name, and have valor, and have valor. And united stand, divided fall. No bickering, and get into it right away. Now that old factory behind there, the one you pointed out to me this morning, Ignatius.
Where are you going?
There's a little something I'd arranged about this fight tonight.
But it's at 9.
9, yes. Plenty of time to get there if I hurry.
Where are you going?
A secret, Hubert. My secret. A little surprise I'd arranged for you all. Behind the factory, 9, Rocks Lane. I had that. Harry! A surprise he arranged. I wonder what.
Dad, I'll be there.
Harry! Oh, he wouldn't miss it.
The waiting is the worst, Iggy. I wish it was over.
You're not getting afraid, are you?
Not Des.
Harry! Harry! Yummy, yummy, yummy. I've a pain in my tummy. Harry! Jesus!
I'm always shivery too before anything happens. Shaky, not afraid. Just shivery till the second it starts.
Michael is back.
Betty's upstairs, Michael, rocking the babbies to sleep.
The Mulryans are up in the Lion. 6 of them, maybe 7.
Well, I didn't think you had that much sense to stay in and keep away from them.
Come on, Sham!
Tucks of time, tucks of time.
Surely you're not going.
We was waiting for you. We'd love you to join us.
Ah, how are you, Michael? You got the news?
I'm surprised Daddy isn't here making speeches on this auspicious, is it, occasion? I thought it was him I saw hurrying away from the house when I was coming down.
He's gone to get something he forgot. He'll meet us there.
The next time you'll see him...
He knows where?
Yeah, Dada loves it.
Take a tip from him and get lost the same.
Huh? No, Michael. Out to get a few brandies in him, he's gone.
Are we right?
No, let Michael rip. I love being educated by a smart bloke.
It's no use, Harry. The odds are too big this time. You know about them things. 7-4 now. 7 Mulryans. Not just 7 ordinary yahoos just over. And look at all the things they've done in Birmingham for the past 10 years. I'm only for your good. Well, have a bit of consideration. You're not taking Des with you.
Yeah?
I'm only giving you a bit of advice.
From experience.
You're crazy. That daft father has ye all gone mad. Fighting carnies? If you were fighting for a job even, a woman even, can't you see there's no point? The whole thing is mad, wrong. Well, what if you win? What does it do for you? What does it get you? What good is it?
What is no good at all.
At all.
Look, you don't have to go. They can't make you.
Tell him, Des.
Plain talking now. You can get killed. It's happened before.
Yeah?
You might be dead in an hour. Do you know what dead is? Dada wised up. You won't see him again till it's all over. Look, the man is as daft, thick and stupid a man as ever lived, but not thick enough to stick his neck out.
Why don't you close him up?
Are you finished, Muscles?
Tell him what happened in the Bower one night with one of the Mulryans.
Oh, our kid hears things. You must be mixing with rowdies to be hearing things like that.
Tell him that.
It won't shake, Des.
I'll tell him. You see, Des, one night about a year or two ago, the long-distance Mulryans was up here and a funny thing happened in the Bower. Some bloke fancied himself, some old Egypt, and had a tussle with the king, and the king bit off the clown's ear.
Half it.
Mulryan bit off half the clown's ear, and he carries it round with him all the time in a matchbox.
And that's no yarn. That'll tell you what they're like.
Nah, it's no yarn, but it don't affect our Desi. I could tell him stories better than that about what we done. He's not like you pookies. Eh, Desi?
Do you want him to finish up like the other Mulryan, the 8th one? Maybe there were 9 of them. But what about the 8th brother? What about him? Tell him that.
What about him? Well, gibber, what about him? Come in, Betty. Tell the missus. Tell sweet Betty, the one that caught you on.
Let's go.
Nah. Our intelligent brother wants it 7-3. Our intelligent brother is warning him to keep away from us trash. Well, mouth, what about the 8th Mulryan? You tell us.
Go upstairs.
Stay where you are, English Polly, or whatever your name is. Listen to Tarzan. Michael don't want Polly to see him running like always. After arguments with us, he goes back to her and talks all night in bed about how brilliant he was telling us off.
One of the Mulryans was found one morning in a canal. He was only a young lad, just come over. He was all tied up, ropes and belts and stones on him to weigh him down. The police found him, but they never did anything. They were glad to be rid of him. Same as they'd be glad to find you the same way. He was Mulrine, you're Carney. It's the same thing.
Now, good man, you told him.
Let him talk for himself.
Go on, Des. Tell him he's the colour of his daff.
They're not afraid. Tell him.
No, I'm going. I'm not afraid of no one. I never...
Good, Des. Give him a chance. You don't tell him what to say. Des, look at it.
Now, Mikey, you're getting more than a chance yourself.
No! I'm going. I'm not afraid of no one. I'm fighting with my brothers. I'm hearing a lot about brothers and helping in that for the last 24 hours. They're all against us. We'll get them. I think you should be with us too, Michael.
Bring him! Bring him! Bring him for the crack!
If Mikey come, he'd be home before us to wet the tea.
Too much delaying! Come on! Get it over. Des!
I think you should be with us too.
Here we go, loopy-loop today.
Get out of it, gibber! We'll see you later. Maybe settle our personal business about the Muslims. Don't forget. And mind English Polly there.
What are you going to do?
What do? Oh, you're asking me what am I going to do? What do you think I can do? And what's all this Polly act with you and Harry?
I can't help it if your brothers are fake.
Your own family isn't all that nice and respectable.
Well, they aren't savages or madmen or... If my dad only knew how I was being treated.
Your dad, your family, if they knew this, if they knew that. I know exactly what your family is like. Like Harry said, I was caught on.
It's no use trying to get him out. We'll have to move ourselves.
Look at what they're doing to Des.
It's done. It's done. He's the same as them.
You don't know him right.
He isn't worth it. You heard him, afraid of no one. You tried. You only remember him as a child. If he was older than you, he'd be the same as the others. I don't know. It seems such an easy thing to sit around a table and have a meal.
Yes, they will.
They won't. Never.
It's only a stage there.
What about last night? We'll put him to bed like in the old days. Does everyone go through that stage? And you had to leave the house.
I hadn't. I was avoiding trouble.
Here, avoid trouble in this place.
It was their first night over. What did you want to happen?
You don't owe them anything, Michael.
I know.
Well, then you don't have to put up with them.
I know. I always knew. But I think I do now since that stupid thing happened a few weeks ago. It's nothing. Just it's on my mind. They don't let me forget it anyway. Well, that night my coat was torn that I said I'd fell. I was coming home and not so far up from here, these 4 darkies. I was just passing. One of them pushed me off the path. Said it was his right away. I didn't say anything. Just started to go on. And then another one of them stood out in front of me and started to pull me about. And then I was in the middle of them and I started shouting for help. I was in the middle of them and they were pushing around, spitting on me. One of them saying, "White spit out of black men." And I kept shouting for help. And then I saw my 3 Tug brothers running down the road to help me. Harry first, then Iggy and Hugo. And I saw Iggy flattening one of them. One blow. They were all fighting. Mad.
What happened then?
I ran. It wasn't because I was afraid. I just don't believe in... Oh, God! I stood for a second watching it all, and then I ran for here. That was the only time in my life I knew my brothers were for me. I could have been near them that night. But, well, I don't know. What's there to do? Harry was in hospital for 2 days after that night. I can't go and say sorry to Harry. I wasn't afraid. I don't think I'm afraid of anything either. It was panic.
No.
What?
No.
It was.
What do you want to do?
What?
I know you want something. I know I can't give it to you.
Oh, that's silly. That's We're too old for that kind of talk. Well, I want to get out of all this. And this awful feeling that something is going to happen to me. I want to get out of this kind of life. I want death. I want us all to be... I don't want to be what I am. I want to read. I don't want to say yes, sir, to anyone. But I can't get out of all this. I could have had a good job. I could have been well fixed. I could have run years ago, away from them. I could have been a teacher. I had the ability. What's wrong with me?
You can. You can make more of yourself. And they'll have more... You'll have more influence over them.
I know. I could have run years ago, but who'd be left with them? Who cared? Not him. He's sitting in some pub now, sucking a brandy, shooting his big mouth, hiding till this thing is all over.
But what do you want to do?
Oh, he's a great help now to his fighting sons.
But what are you going to do?
He's a great help to his army.
But what are you...
Well, I don't believe in his fighting carnies. I don't believe in that game.
It doesn't matter what you believe at the moment. You owe them something. You said it yourself. Don't start bringing your father on.
What?
I'm only trying to tell you, stop and think for a moment. It's no good going from one thing to the other.
I'll do the deciding about what's good and bad.
Oh, I'm sick. You come crying your stories to me and I listen.
No one is asking you to.
I am sick to death. First Iggy, then Harry, then your father, then Des. And then you want something and then you owe them something. I go to talk and I'm told to shut up. You won't put them out. You won't leave. What are you going to do?
What do you want me to do?
Fight!
Fight? You know how I feel about...
Fight! Do something, fight! Anything! And then maybe we can...
And won't that prove?
Don't start it all over again.
But wouldn't that prove to them, after all my years talking against it, that...
Fight! They'll think more of you. Respect you. I'll think more of you if that matters anymore. We'll do something then. We'll go, or they'll go. We'll have a better chance if you prove you're not a...
What? Finish it.
I don't know what's happening, love.
Jesus. Prove I'm not a coward. With a milk bottle, is it? Blood and fighting and light heads and daft fathers and mad brothers. With this, is it? Or this knife? Huh? Do you want me to use it, huh? Right. Right then. I'm Carney too. Another Carney. Right. You called me when the moon had veiled her light. Before I went from you into the night, you spoke. Do you remember me? What a beautiful song, that. Not many can sing it. Lovely. Still hears the distant music of your voice. It's no use going in and out like that, ma'am. Relax. Take deep breaths. Deep breaths is the secret. Look.
See that? Now I'm completely relaxed. Whiskey helps too. It relaxes the throat, the muscles. You have muscles in your throat, you know. Yeah. All great singers have a couple of half ones before they go out. You get the high notes then. I hear you calling me. Lovely. Try a drop, ma'am. Put a bit of life in you. It's food, you know. No? Barley and rye and things. As my brother Father Kevin used to say. Did Michael tell you I've a brother a priest? Foreign mission? No? Well, I have. As he used to say, humanum est errare. There is truth in wine. Do you ever feel lonely? I always thought I'd have a house with nice music. Huh?
You could go out and look for them.
Don't worry, ma'am. Cross your bridges when they come to you. Yeah. Any books in the house? Good books?
No.
Huh? None at all?
No.
Doesn't he read? It's education to read. This wouldn't be my house. At home I have 2 rooms full of books. Valuable, worth 1,000, more, few £1,000. I wouldn't sell them. I have. They can't be got at all now. Did you ever read The History of Ancient Greece? Did you? I'm reading that now, just before I came over. Very interesting on how... yeah. Did you ever read True Men as We Need Them? No. I bet you never read Ulysses, huh? What? Did you? No. A Dublin lad and all wrote Ulysses. Great book. Famous book. All about how... Yeah. Can't be got at all now. All classic books like them I have. No Book Jones stuff for me. He used to read one time. Doesn't he now?
No.
No. Do you think he's intelligent?
No. Yes.
Do you?
I do.
Well, I don't. He doesn't read, you said. Like, he isn't a good conversationalist. Like, there's more caffeine in tea than coffee. Caffeine, the drug, you know? You were at Clark once, weren't you? Michael said you were. Nice clean job. Did he ever tell you I was a guard once? Did he ever tell you I was a guard? The policeman?
No.
No. He wouldn't. No. Well, I was. A lot of clerical work attached to that. But then, no. I didn't like it anyway. Packed it in. I resigned. Does he be talking about me?
He never talks about you at all.
Nah. He thinks he knows it all. But he doesn't know much about life. Very smart. Very, very, very smart. Do you remember me standing there, For a one last kiss beneath the kind stars light. I hate the world. It's all. But I'll get them. I'll get them. By the sweet living and holy Virgin Mary, I'll shatter them. They accepted me, they drank with me, I made good conversation. Then at their whim, a little pipsqueak of an architect can come along and offer me the job as caretaker to clean up after him. But do you hear me? I hate. Oh, I wish to God I was out of it all. I wish I had something, anything, away, someplace. No. I'm proud. I did all right by my family, didn't I? Yes. On my solemn oath, I did my best. My best. I'm proud of them. Yeah. I hate them. Sit down, ma'am, can't you? Do you ever feel lonely?
Michael talks like that sometimes when he...
Ah, Michael. Is that all you can say? Did he tell you not to listen to me? I talk through my hat?
No.
You think he's great, don't you?
Yes, I think...
Oh, don't mind me, I'm daft, stupid, but you think he's great.
Yes, I do.
Well, he's only a shit. Now do you know? Do you know now? That's what he is.
They're coming. Where's Michael?
Ha!
Slaughtered them!
Oh, no need to ask how it went. No better men.
What did you do with him?
Your man's face after the chain.
I have the drinks laid in, come on.
Where is he, Des?
Don't be annoying me, Dada. You made a right job of the king.
Man Ignatius, drink spies.
Mush wasn't supposed to be in it at all, but he got in the way of...
Here, break your fist on my chin and report yourself sick.
I wasn't expecting the chain.
And Dada, I got this fella such a clout.
When the fight was over, Des gave one little bloke that was just standing watching a terrible dig in the head.
He's roaring yet.
Nah, they wasn't expecting the chain.
Ah, but did you see the way the crowd pulled back to let us out? A kind of silence, fright, respect they had.
There was no one making passageway to let out the Mulryans.
They wasn't expecting the chain. It's not the same winning that way.
No, Iggy, no. We won. We got revenge for your mush, didn't we?
Ah, jeez, Mush moving across just before it began, and Mulryan drew out.
I was going to.
Good man, Mush.
Well, the last fella I hit him such a blow that he used to fall at the same time every night for a fortnight.
Have a drink, Betty. Come on, join us.
Where is he, Harry? He went out right after you to help you.
I seen him, Betty. There he was in the middle of it, flattening all round him.
Yeah? Went out? That's so. Hear that? You wouldn't be making things up now, like. So we'd be nice to him. You couldn't be up to bitchy. You're well met, Michael and yourself.
But come on, Betty, join us.
He's a traitor, that's what he is. Isn't he, Dada?
Drink up, boys. In with the Mulryans. That's the place you'll find him.
And where were you tonight?
What do you mean?
Did you help them?
Oh, this is serious now, ma'am. Huh? I see. My fidelity is in doubt. Where was I? Is that your question? Boys, you see, my sons, my own haven't the audacity. But I must answer you, a stranger. And a stranger I know nothing about.
She has no right.
All I want to know is where is he? He did really go out after you?
Maybe he did.
What?
Michael.
Out to fight with? Michael won't hardly mix with us outside. He's a big shot, good boy, messenger boy.
Correct, Henry.
No, you're wrong.
Are you telling me?
You have to think these things out. You see, with Michael.
You're explaining to me?
Desmond, Michael looks on us.
Stall now a minute. He's going explaining to me.
I'll explain.
Huh? You're explaining too?
Henry, I said...
No. He's going to tell me how I can't think things out.
It's bad manners to interrupt.
Right. Just one question of you, first. Just one.
Desmond is under the misconception.
Desmond is under a lot of things, but one question of you first. Like she said, where were you? I'd love to know.
Well, I'm coming to it, Henry.
All I want to know is where he is.
Gentlemen, we are having a dual celebration tonight. Not just one victory, but for my victory too. Yes. Aha! He weren't the only battlers. You know, wild horses wouldn't have kept me from the Mulrynes tonight.
Did something happen?
Did something happen? Wait till you hear. Remember when I left you here tonight?
I was upstairs.
Well, Henry, I hit for a certain place to get this. The surprise, Hubert. And then I said I'd have 2 drinks. Now, only 2 mind in the... What does he call the pub? Oh, it doesn't matter. I got this little batch of stuff here too. I came out and I was making my way for Rocks Lane. And I got a bit lost for a while. But don't mind that so much. Anyway, I found myself in this darkish gateway. And all of a sudden, there's a fella stepping out in front of me. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. He's beside me. Gotta light me, he says. Kind of sizing me up. I suppose I looked the wealthy type. Sorry, I said. I was out before, you know. Got a fag, he said then. Still in front of me. Out of the way, I said. Pushing him out of my way. Then I saw this other fella hurrying towards me. And I heard a noise behind. And wasn't there a third guy sloping up on me as well?
Like the Mulryan fella tonight when...
3 of them, was it? Where's was it?
Makes no matter what they were or wanted. But they were out for me. And I knew it.
Yeah, maybe someone we had a tangle with and they knew you.
I thought of that, Ignatius. But anyway, Henry, I got my back to the wall and it started. Ah, there's power in the old man yet. The first fella seemed to go mad when he saw I wasn't going to take it sitting down style. He charged at me. Oh, a right lunatic. I'll swing for you, he shouted.
What did you do?
I swung for him.
Did she go down?
Like a sack. He didn't get up neither.
Where was all this?
The other 2 came at me. I got a right one here in the jaw. Still sore. I thought I was gone. It didn't swell, does it?
No. Go on, then.
And the right one here in the forehead. I thought this plaster would help. I didn't really need it, just a bruise.
The other 2, what did they...
You see, one of them made this kick at me, and I part-ducked it. But I said then, all right, if that's the way ye want it. And I lashed and kicked and lashed. I suppose the same was happening to me, but I never felt it. But I put the second fella across the road. He hit the wall and down.
Did you put the 3 of them away?
No, I was nearly away myself. After the second fella, I got this kick right here. And lucky thing for me, the third guy wasn't too anxious, because I was bunched. And he wouldn't be. And the pain and winded, you know. And I started to get away quick as I could. And when I got to the main street, I had to throw myself in a seat there. Lord, I was bad, but I didn't care who was looking. Sick as a dog, bunched completely, not worth 2 pence. And I couldn't stir. I'm telling you, not for hours. I'm not as young as I was, boys.
Talking about a night.
But I knew ye wouldn't let me down. The carnies for it.
3 of them? God, I'd love to have seen you in action. And that little bitch out there was onto you. And when we should have been there with you... Hey, you! Ask him where he was. Come here if you want to know.
No, leave her. She's not worth it.
Dan always has a good excuse.
I had arranged in my mind to get this. A little surprise. What do you think of that? That's what I arranged to get.
Lord, it's the real thing.
That's what I arranged to get.
A silver cup.
A gesture.
Show it here.
Smashing.
Gesture.
That's valuable.
Don't mind the cost. Only the best is good enough. That's silver. Give it to me. We'll do this right. Henry, I'll present it properly. I present ye, Carneys, with this cup. Trophy. Magnificent trophy. For your courage and bravery in the face of the enemy. Outstanding. Ye fought bravely and well, and with indomitable courage, and ye fought bravely and well. Ye kept the flag flying high, and ye fought bravely and well. Here, you take it, Henry. I present it to you, the captain, the general. A gesture from an old man. Congratulations. Good man, Henry. Great lads. Ah, ye are great lads. I'm proud of ye. Champions of England. Great Irishmen. The Carney name will be known all over. Stout-hearted men.
From the County Mayo.
Give us that one, Daddy.
Ah, no.
Go on, Mr. Carney. A song.
No.
We'll make a right party out of it. You give us a song, Mush.
One of your own make-ups, Mush.
The one about Harry.
I've a new one wrote.
Who about?
Iggy. Will I give it?
Interest.
Silence now. One voice and one voice only.
Iggy the Iron Man. I knew a great big noble man. His name was Iggy Carney. He was big and strong, could sing a song.
Iggy can't sing. Shh.
On, Mush.
He was big and strong, could sing a song, could lift the stone of Blarney. His hands was big and hard and swift, they really were quite mighty. And them that stood again that bloke was soon put out of sighty. When Iggy crossed the Atlantic foam to England's foggy dew, his name had swam before him, and all the tough uns drew. They tried to take his crown from him, but in the end they ran, the hair oil scalding their cut-up heads, away from the Iron Man. O Iron Man, we proudly sing thy name. If Brian Boru let us down, thou kept up Aaron's fame. Thou beat and blackened men galore for the sake of liberty, from the dear old glens in sweet Mayo to the shores round Coventry.
Man, Mush! Give him another pint and fire him out.
Away from the land of the shamrock and heather, in search of a living as exiles we roam. And whenever we chance to assemble together, we think of the land where we once had a home. But those homes are destroyed and our lands confiscated. The hand of the tyrant brought plunder and war. The fires are now dead and our hearts desolated in our once happy homes in the County Mayo. So boys, stick together in all kinds of weather. Don't show the white feather wherever you go. Be each as a brother and love one another, like stout-hearted men from the County Mayo. If only I had accompaniment, piano.
Quiet now again for Mush.
The song now, Mush.
Oh, don't be asking me after a singer like your father.
Try something anyway. It doesn't have to be as good.
Nah, gives Harry from the land of saints and scholars.
Is there none about me?
No, I'll sing.
Seems like you've them all about the others.
You don't mind him. Give Harry of the land of...
Gentlemen, I propose we drink a toast. We drink to ourselves, the Carneys, on this memorable and momentous victory over the Mulryans, on this historic day, night, the 24th Ult, 1900 and...
Inst. You should have said ins, not alt.
Oh, Mr. O'Reilly is trying to tell me, boys, that I should have said ins instead of alt. People, instead of saying the name of the month, for short they say...
Ins.
Alt.
Alt. Alt.
No, he should have said...
Close it!
Alt.
Huh?
You might be able to fool the others a bit, but not me. What do you mean, anyway, interrupting?
I was only trying to...
Well, don't be only trying to...
Cobblers, mush. Lesson number 2.
Don't be only, do you hear me?
Tinkers! Carnies! Tinkers! Tinkers!
Let it go, Sham. Come back, Days. Must you bring the police off fast? She's a terror for the shades when she's in trouble. I was sure he'd be another Michael. Him and Michael, when they were small, you know.
And when they was big too.
Together?
No.
Ah, good man, Desmond. He's nearly soused. He learns fast, doesn't he?
Learning? Up here. In your nut, you want it?
There was still some...
Down there for dancing.
Up here in your arse, there was still some whiskey left in that bottle.
Ho, learning. Anyone care to try me? Anyone? Anyone that likes? Any time.
Any place.
What are you laughing at? Do you think I wouldn't take you?
I'm bloody sure of it.
You stupid git.
Who's starting the superior game now? I'll bust Chubby Kid in. I'll make him sorry he ever came.
Give me the button, Des, now. Sit down, the two of ye. I thought we were celebrating.
I did more than him in the fight, didn't I?
Sit down, Des.
Didn't you see the state I left your man in?
We seen it.
Let him go and I'll see the state I leave him in.
What's the matter?
Nobody's calling me up.
Sit down. She's drunk.
Maybe you fancied yourself too, huh?
Nah, you'd take any of us.
Well, like I said, no. Any of you that wants it, well, Iron Man.
No more now. You shut up when I say to you, or you'll have no mouth. Do you understand that? A sing-song. So boys stick together in all kinds of weather. Don't show the white feather wherever you go.
Be each as a brother and love one another, like stout-hearted men from the county Mayo, far away from the
memories. Look!
We won, Michael. You love to hear.
I wonder, had she much to drink?
10 pints while the Angelus was ringing. Give us an old warble, Michael.
Just in the stilly night, as slumber's chains have bound. Give her a drink.
Sing for Des. You like Des.
Sing for Betty.
Poor disappointed Polly. Keep out of it, English Polly. We won, Michael. You love to hear. But we just want you to know we just turned over a new leaf. And we come to the conclusion that Des is going back to Mary Horan's country. And Hugo is going to the university, and I'm going paying for his fees. And Iggy is going joining the Foreign Legion of Mary. And Dada is going off with his old 1-2 killing communists. And I'm going joining the nuns.
Let's go upstairs, Michael.
No. Wait till you hear.
We don't want to hear.
Don't be unsociable, ma'am.
We've heard enough.
Upstairs.
And memories brings the light of other days around.
Come on, love.
Let go, ma'am.
See what I mean? That's what I was going to say. He's a killer at heart. Ask any of the lads. Even when we was small.
World
Do you
champ
know what he'd be
Kenny.
at, Polly? Off strangling asses in the morning before his breakfast. Just for practice. Yeah, that's right. And he'd be...
Stop it! Stop it! We don't want to hear any more.
But we just want some more advice.
You're not funny.
She don't understand, Michael. Look, we have a party in the family. Our victory. What do you say? Look, happy family. Brothers sticking together in all kinds of weather.
Don't show the white feather.
Michael never shown that.
No. Ignatius. Desmond.
Well, maybe we should...
Yeah?
Like, Well, make it up now, like you would...
Yeah, like. But personally, I wouldn't like to tangle with the ass strangler.
Is this your victory party?
Shh, 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 shh. The advice is coming. Yeah. Huh?
Come on, Michael.
Who are you codding?
Your victory party.
Huh?
Leave it, Michael.
Huh?
Come on, Michael.
No, I don't think he's saying congratulations.
Oh, stop it!
Is this your victory party over them?
No, I don't think he's saying well done. I don't think
Stop
he's...
it!
Over them!
See him sneering. Don't take it off him.
Huh?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You must all get out of here now! You must now! And we don't care where you go. You must leave us, all of you.
Keep out of it. Who's talking? The woman? The stranger?
No, Michael is going to throw me out.
We've had enough.
Ah, Betty, me love. Michael is going to throw me out.
Pigs! Pigs! You're only pigs! Animals! That's what you are!
Yes?
Michael!
Keep out of it. Because you don't belong to this great victory party over them.
What's he say?
You should have more sense than having them go on like this!
Ha ha, boys!
Go on upstairs, Betty.
Yes?
Upstairs. And fester all night over them. And if you can do that, you'll be allowed join in the next victory party we have over them.
Come on, love, please!
Listen to him, boys!
Love, love.
And if you don't go, if you're not gone in the morning, we'll have you out.
I said keep out of it.
Yes? Yes? Yes?
We'll call the police.
I said keep out of it.
Yes? Yes? Yes?
Please, Michael, please, love. Come on, please.
Yes? Yes? Yes?
Ah!
Oh!
Yes!
Boys!
You dirty hypocrite.
First he nearly threw us all out. Then he hit the poor little missus.
The years I saw how you treated Mama. Your poor, big, stupid mouths.
Who are... Do you think you're talking to?
All your poor, big, stupid, ignorant mouths.
You didn't get so far with all your clever ways.
Huh? That's right.
That's right. Good lads.
All his big talk and he's no bank manager nowhere.
He didn't do so well after all, did he? No.
If I had...
Ah, Mikey boy, if you got a chance, is it?
Give her another chance to hit Betty again.
If your head wasn't so big, is
If I
it?
could have got away from ye.
If you weren't so handsome like. All them other managers got the breaks, except you.
If Hugo got a chance, he'd be a scientist making bombs, Dada. Bombs!
Now, I find that very interesting about you. And poor Des got no chance neither. Only for us he would. Tough that.
If I could have got away from things like ye.
Don't take it off him, Henry.
Stall. What? Anything else to say tonight? Anything else to do?
Huh?
To make you happy? To get it all off your chest?
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you about everything. You're real intelligent, and I'm not. And you're always right, and I like that. Even about mush and things. And I agree you'd never see a fella stuck like old Stock. And the evening you were passing with some respectable bird one time, and I was standing outside the cinema. And I don't think you mustn't have seen me at first, 'cause your eyes just flickered and you walked right past and didn't say hello. But then I didn't understand it. But I feel a few other lads standing round the cinema did, 'cause they smiled. And you said to her, "'Excuse me," and you come back to me, sort of serious stranger, never said a word, slipped me a tanner, so I could go in and be hid from view. Remember that?
Anything else?
Huh? Yeah, I appreciated that favour. And you'd never run, say, if your old buddies was fighting for you, like. Huh? Isn't that it? That's it. Yeah. Pals. Isn't that it? Isn't that it? Isn't that it?
God, you're so
thick.
Oh! Thick! Do you hear him, lads?
Yes, we're so thick, stupid, twisted, thick. Oh, Michael, you are such a bright boy.
The bright boy. Look at him now.
That's what you think, isn't it? All us others in the family was thick, but he was the bright boy.
I never, no, never said that, Henry.
But you thought it.
Me? Him? I thought him intelligent.
Yes, yeah, you. You never said it, but it was there.
But he's the flap in the house.
But mean it. Mean it.
Michael got a better education, Harry, than...
If I say a thing, I mean it. I'll fight for it. No old crap talk, nor not knowing where I stand, nor...
Yes, he's no bank manager, Henry. He's no...
Or little surprises from others.
Michael was 2 years at the secondary school.
Keep quiet, you. I'm not so keen on you, neither. Personally, I don't mind a man, no matter what he talks, if he means it, and you can see it, and if he'll stand up for it, and if he's... faithful.
I was only pointing out...
What's the money doing in your top pocket?
He made out he'd none tonight when he was buying.
That's all right, Hugo. That's all right, Hugo.
I didn't want you to think that I...
Money? Henry, where did he get it?
I know where he got it. That doesn't matter. Faithful. I could admire he's saying he's no money. It's the other... the other things. The
implications, Henry.
Things! He doesn't think we can think straight. The things that's behind him. The things... Where does he stand? Getting fed two sides, like. The sort of... The
implications.
Things!
I understand.
No!
No! Actions have roots. I can explain.
No! Not to me. No explaining to me. Things are clear enough to me. There's been so many good, intelligent blokes for so long explaining things to thick lads. So many. So worried. All them clever blokes, cat smart, so worried about it all. He's so big and bright. He talks about families and home and all, and he's ashamed of us. See him apologizing to Betty when he invited us here. Little jokes for all, so she could take us. And all the time he doesn't know me outside. The preacher. Family. Home. But I'm thick. Thick lads don't feel. They can't be offended.
Yes, gas. That's him, all right. That's...
No, not you. I'm talking now. You worry about me, don't you, Michael? And then you apologize to them with the lovely white collars for me, don't you? And to them with the lovely white collars you say, "Yes, sir, I'm a pig, sir, if you say so, sir." And be pleased, 'cause they're surprised. Smile to you. Your manners. A pat on the head to a dog. And then you're better than me?
Yes, Henry, no pride. He'll bow and scrape at...
I'm talking! Yes. You're right there too, Michael. I did salute McQuaid once. But I'm not still tearing the head off myself, pulling off my cap to salute them shams. They kick, you salute, and then they pray for you. Pray for the poor dirty pigs over here, now and at the hour of our death.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Ignatius?
I know what he's talking about.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah?
Anything else?
Look, he's still better than us.
I thought you made all the speeches.
My authority is, I endorse all Henry said. I second you yet.
Are you happy now, Harry?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a fool around here. All this talk is inferiority.
Ah, inferior complex. I know about that one too. That's a very handy one always when any of us, the thick lads, says anything about the big knobs' crap faces.
Not inferior complex. It's an inferiority complex.
Huh?
Inferiority complex, Henry, that's right.
You're another almost terribly brainy bloke, Des. You explain to me too. Ah, but you're wider than Tarzan here. You wear the shirt. I'm only a young lad, foolish, but there's no harm in me. Look. You like my nouns and singulars?
Huh?
No, now. Don't gammon drunk. That's another special act with some. Drunk, like. No one is ever drunk till he's out cold. Funny, a thick lad like me knowing them things. You like the ways I talk?
Why?
Nah, now, I'm asking you.
It's all the same to me how you talk.
Huh? I like the ways I talk too. You're not so drunk now, are you? I like the ways our Michael talks too. He's not drunk neither now. I think he should have been your daddy. I think he should have you then, 'cause he wants to look after you so much and you like it.
Ah, easy, Harry. Harry Sham, easy.
Nah, but you're frightened now, not drunk. That's funny. You frightened too, Michael?
Yes.
Look at them.
Anything else?
No, I'm happy now. And boys stick together wherever you go. And
Wait, you! Henry, boys. Aha! Hurricanes. No better men. Wait, you! Boys. World champ Carney. Clear the room. Furniture back. Wait, you! For Christ's sake. Like in the old days. See who's the best man. Desmond?
Or maybe us three. Me, Hugo, and Iggy. Again, ye three.
All must obey me now. My authority. Orders, abide by the rules, Henry. Get that chair back against the wall, Hubert. World champ Carney.
How come you were always referee?
Getting brazen again, Soon fix that. Referee, procedure, authority. Has to be referee. You should remember this game well, Michael.
For Christ's sake. And you're all getting out of here in the morning.
What's your language before me, boy?
The three of them, Dada, Des, and Michael, again themselves.
Thank God, boys, I could always stand up and...
Hit belts, clout.
Yes.
Children. Hit kids.
Could always stand up, boys, talk with the best.
Hit children.
Never bad language, never swore.
Coming home, vomiting brandy and porter.
Hasn't learned his lesson yet. Come on, boys.
In a temper, sulking after his conversations with the big shot friends. We'll get him.
No change in him.
Pulling 4 little kids out of bed, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and up on a chair. World champ Carney, a half for the Carneys. We'll get them. Charge. And we all belted into one another.
3 of ye, 3.
me, and you still see nothing wrong with that.
But little Michael, our eldest boys.
And there's nothing wrong with this now.
Our eldest boys, remember, wouldn't fight.
A ridiculous old man still roaring on the chair.
Wouldn't fight. Ashamed of him. Dribbling, whimpering like a mangy dog in a corner.
What's wrong with you? Why always the...
Nothing wrong with me.
Why always the act?
Nothing wrong with me. I reared a family.
And look at us now.
Reared. Family. Reared. That could.
Don't you know fathers don't have to gam on to their children the great men they are?
Made men of ye. Proud. Reared a family.
Honest to God, Dad, I try to love you. What do you want to keep this up for?
Ah, he loves me. Loves his old man.
Even though I saw through everything you did.
Ha! He sees all. Loves me.
The big talk. What you were going to do.
Never. Afraid. Shadow.
How tough you are. Where? I never saw anyone carried away from you.
Yeah. But you know nothing. But you know nothing.
And the big shot friends.
You know nothing about it. Nothing about life.
Anthony Hennigan and the doctors. And I heard them myself laughing at you. And they still are. And you talk about pride. And you smoking cigars and drinking brandy with them. And your wife on her knees scrubbing their floors. Where's your pride, Dada?
Don't talk irreverence about your mother, boy.
There's still nothing wrong with that.
Do you hear him? What he's saying about your mother, boys? Do you hear him? Now you hear this.
Oh, this is speech.
Now you hear this.
Sing I hear you calling me.
Now you hear this.
You were always heard. Brain.
Now you hear this. Now you hear this. Now you listen to me. You listen to me and I'll tell you a thing or two. Now you listen when I talk. Now I want you all to hear, because I have something to tell everyone. I'll tell you about life. I'll tell you all right about it. I'm going to. I have something to tell you all. Boys. Aha! And I had a stranger back to save the mouse. Ignatius, Desmond. Aha! Hubert.
Are you coming with me, or are you staying with them?
Don't leave us, Mikey.
Hit her, Mikey! Think of the children, Mikey!
Don't look at him. He's the nice young brother you told me about.
Aha, Desmond!
Who do you think you're talking to?
Are you coming? Now.
Who? Bitchy, do you think you're talking to? Watch it now.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bitchy, Polly, English trash.
Des.
Whore!
Des.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at me like that for?
Quickly!
Something happening here with the two geniuses.
They can't wait to see who's world champ, Carney.
Don't come that game with me now.
Open your chair, Dada.
What's he saying to you, Desmond?
Nothing! Just looking at me as if I was dirt.
What are you doing about it?
Talking? Everyone seems to think I'm a bit of a fool around here tonight.
Yeah, now you're letting him walk out of the room. You're letting him go. Pull him back, Des. Up to him, Des.
I don't think Des is no good.
He's
no good.
Hit him. Man. Desmond, muck and trash again. Keep it going.
Hey! The mouse couldn't command a woman even. Flee even.
Go on, dirt, filth, dirt, muck and trash, come. Mr. Intelligence Sneerer, we'll get them looking down their noses on bitterness.
Jesus! Our victory over them!
Oh, he's got a bottle.
Are you happy now? That I've got a bottle?
The mouse couldn't command a woman.
Look at him! Another victory for us over them!
A flea even!
You don't know how to live either! Is he all right? See? Des. Des? He's dead.
What do we do now, Dada?
What? What? Well, I mean, the chair.
What?
I was up on the... Ye were all...
Who's ye?
I was up. Ye were all... What? I had nothing to do with it. Not my fault. No. Listen, boys. Him. Michael. Look at him. What kind of nature is in him? Always the cause of trouble in the house. Right from the beginning. The disruptor. Ignatius, look at him. The disruptor, Hubert. Hubert? What? Boys, we're not blaming me. No control over it. No one has any more. Did my best. You don't know how hard it is. Life made men of ye. What else could I have done? Tell me. Proud. What? A man must have. And times were hard. Never got the chances. Not there for us. Had the ability. Yes. And lost the job in the guards. Police. Brought up family. Properly. No man can do more than best. I tried. Must have some kind of pride. What? I tried. I did my best. I tried. I did my best. Tried. Did my best. I tried.
That was A Whistle in the Dark by Tom Murphy. The part of Dada was played by John Kavanagh, Michael Carney by Aidan McCardle, and Des Carney by Martin McCann. Dennis Conway was Harry Carney, David Wilmot, Iggy Carney, Garrett Lombard, Hugo Carney, Rory Conroy, Mush, and Emma Amos, Betty.
Sister of Death by Helen Kluger, with Barbara Lee Hunt as Coral and Joanna David as Moira.
Excuse me, I'm looking for room 247.
It's just...
Don't worry, I know where to go. Coral, dear, how are you? I've brought you...
Chrysanthemums, which I hate, and chocolates, which I don't eat.
Coral, you've been through a dreadful experience. Everyone thinks you've been so brave.
Do they?
Certainly. Geraldine told me you wanted to soldier on through the last act.
I was thinking of my audience. People paid a lot of money to see me. Oh, for God's sake, Adrian, put those flowers and chocolates down and tell me all the news.
Everybody sends their love.
Anything in the papers?
I think it's best to play it down at the moment.
Yes. There'll be lots of publicity when I sue.
Sue?
Adrian, I fell in the wings because some cretinous ASM moved a footstool to a place where it should not have been. Oh, heaven knows how long I'm going to be stuck like this.
What did the doctor say?
It's called a Pott's fracture. At least that's what Mr. Marwood said before the operation. Of course, I haven't seen him since. Turns out he's gone skiing in Davos. I hope he breaks his bloody neck.
Oh, Coral.
Well, I'm fed up.
You'll be out soon.
Tomorrow. Or the day after, at the very least. I'm only on minimum cover.
What about your plaster?
Comes off in a few weeks.
You'll need help.
Are you offering?
Oh, darling, you know I'll do whatever I can, but what with the office...
As I'm the only client on your list who earns decent money, I should have thought it was in your best interest to get me back on my feet as soon as possible.
What about your daughter?
Celia? Please. I do want to recover.
But you'll need someone to do your shopping, cooking...
I do know that.
By the way, Hugh McCourt wants you for a tour of Blythe Spirit in the autumn.
Oh, how do I know if I'll still be alive in the autumn?
Of course you will.
Madame Arcati. I've played her so often I could write a thesis on seances.
The money will be good.
The rest of the cast won't. I'm sick of propping up kids from soap operas who can't be heard beyond the third row, and I will not work with any more Australians.
What we need is someone who understands you and your situation.
I'd like to get some shopping done this morning. I've made a tentative list.
Thank you.
I took the liberty of looking through your cupboards. You're a bit short of toilet cleaners, floor polish and so on. I hope you don't mind.
There's nothing tentative about this list. It looks more like a declaration of intent.
Oh, if you think...
No, you carry on. Just don't forget my wine. White and very dry.
Do you know, all my life I wanted to live in a mews. You're so lucky.
Strange. I don't feel particularly lucky at the moment. Oh.
Are you in pain?
Oh.
Do you want a pill?
Bugger it. Yes, I do. It's really throbbing at the moment. Give me that bottle, will you? The one with the blue cross on it. Oh.
There you are.
Oh, I hate taking pills. Ugh. It was clever of Adrian to think of you, Moira.
It was perfect timing.
Oh, for pity's sake, that's all I need. Bloody dog.
Shut up, Shatsy!
God, this mews has changed.
It must be like living in a tiny village. Surely you feel safe here.
As safe as one could be in London, I suppose.
Coral, have you thought what you'd like for supper?
Oh, anything. Soup, some French bread, that'll do. Haven't much of an appetite at the moment.
It'll come back. You'll see.
That was very nice.
Oh, dear, you haven't eaten a lot.
Well, I don't intend to. I don't want those pounds creeping on. You can pour me another glass of wine.
Is it wise to mix pills and wine?
Then I won't have any more pills. Less of them, Mother Hen, please, Moira. How about work? Good year?
Oh, I make curtains as a sideline, but I did a tour for 16 weeks.
Oh, what was that with?
And then there were none. 10 little Indians.
Not that old chestnut. Who did you play?
Mrs. Rogers, the servant. Oh, she's the first to disappear, but she gets spoken about an awful lot. I covered Emily Brent as well.
Who played her?
Diana Godling. Of course, it wasn't like the days when I understudied you.
Who earth is Diana Godling?
In the Archers for 6 years, in the late 80s. Works a lot on TV. You know her face.
Yeah.
On the whole, it was a very happy company.
Oh, I hate old plays. It stops new writing getting on. If people want to watch rubbish, they should stay at home and turn on their televisions. Theatre has to mean something. It has to to reach out to people.
Well, not all of us get the chance to do new work.
Do you know this is the first time I've had to pull out of a show? The first time.
When was the last time you had a month or two not working?
Are you deliberately trying to annoy me?
Oh, I'm only trying to point out that sometimes it's not a bad thing to have an opportunity to reflect.
Well, on what? That I'm not sure where the next job is coming from? That at 65 years old I still have to worry about money?
But I don't know anyone who works as much as you do.
Well, in that respect, I've been fortunate, but I have certain financial commitments. There are those who depend on me.
Of course. I understand. But try not to worry about anything.
Oh.
I'm here to help you.
How is her ladyship, then?
I'm sorry?
Coral, we saw the ambulance.
It's her ankle.
Yes, Sonia spotted a glimpse of plaster. What's she done, then?
Fractured it rather badly.
Oh, dear. So, you're looking after her?
That's right. I'm Moira Richmond.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Estelle Lawson. And this is Sonia.
Hello.
Coral's done her ankle in.
I said it was something serious. Are you in the business as well?
Yes, I am.
Hello, girls! Gently quiet.
Hello, Toppy. Everything all right?
Everything's fair. Puss is down the veil.
She's been here since the war, a bit mad, and that dog's a public menace.
Do you need anything, Toppy?
Shoe polish. Brown, please.
Right.
Bye-bye.
I don't know why she wants shoe polish. She never goes out. If you need any shopping done for Coral, let us know. You know, Sonia's always popping into Tesco's or Safeways.
I do like my special offers.
It's all right. I can manage, thank you.
We can bring a bottle of dry white over.
Yeah.
Coral's favourite medicine between you and me.
I'm not sure she's quite ready for visitors yet, but I'll send her your good wishes. Nice meeting you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, these petunias are wonderful. And I love your verbena.
My what?
Your lemon verbena.
I never know the name. If I like the look of a plant, I buy it.
I could make you a lovely herb garden for your balcony. Sage, rue, fennel, whatever you like. Perfect for herbal tonics.
I need something to put under my foot. Pass me that book.
Comfy?
Fine.
I met some of your neighbours, Estelle and Sonia.
Ah!
They wanted to visit, but I didn't encourage them, not yet.
Why ever not?
You don't want to overdo things.
Fat chance of that. All I've done since leaving hospital is sit on chairs and breathe.
They seemed rather colourful.
Colourful? Delicately put, Moira. Actually, they're retired prostitutes.
What?
Yes, very high class, mind you. Estelle was the madam, and Sonia kept the books.
I don't believe you.
It's perfectly true. Estelle still likes to keep her hand in. She has a couple of regulars. One's a retired judge, I believe.
You're making it up.
Well, ask them if you don't believe me.
I shall do no such thing. No. What about supper?
Oh, I'll never get the hang of these crutches.
Little and often. Isn't that what the physiotherapist
Where
said?
on earth are they recruiting them these days? Kabul? Have you seen the state of my calf? It's black and blue.
It's important to keep the circulation going.
I don't care. That creature from the lagoon is never going to lay hands on me again. Oh. What's so funny?
You are. Here. I'll put the book under your foot.
Oh.
Right. Back to my sewing.
Now what are you up to?
Oh, just letting out this skirt.
I thought it was curtains you made.
And blinds. But I do the odd alteration.
Does it pay well?
Well, it means I don't have to go on the dole.
Ah. I want you to have this.
Oh, what is it?
Open it.
I can't take this.
You have kindly dropped everything to come and help me out, and I don't want you losing out financially.
But I'm not.
I insist. What are you doing?
You're already paying for my food and board. That is quite sufficient.
But oh, God. Yes. Yes, Geraldine, what? The killing of Sister George? Where? When? Doesn't Adrian tell you anything? I'm on bloody crutches. Oh, I'm so angry with him. Where is he? Well, when he gets back, tell him to call me.
Oh, what's wrong?
They're bothering me with offers that I can't possibly do. The killing of Sister George in Glasgow in 3 weeks' time. Do they expect me to perform on one foot?
Oh, I'm sure not.
Oh, this has decided it for me. I'm going to leave, Adrian. It'll probably ruin his business, but so be it. I'm fed up with a silly man. Who are you with?
Greta Barnes.
Never heard of her. Is she any good?
I like her.
That's not what I asked.
Well, I've never had what you might call a high-powered agent.
It's when they get lazy, that's what I object to. And that's what's happened to Adrian. I won't be taken for granted. I won't.
How about a nice cup of tea?
No, it'll only make me pee. I detest all this. Doing nothing. Oh,
be careful.
Stupid book. The Sister of Death. It's yours, isn't it? What's it about?
A woman called Hildegard Limbard. She poisoned practically an entire village in the south of France.
When was this?
In the 18th century. It's the most incredible story. A simple country girl, she was jilted by the village butcher, joined a local convent and trained as a nurse. And all the time she plotted her revenge on the people she believed betrayed and laughed at her. It's a true story and would make the most wonderful play. You see, she kept a diary.
Oh. Maybe I'll give it a read after you've finished.
I've read it several times. Have it. I guarantee once you start, you won't be able to put it down. I've finished everything. You can collect them whenever you like. Oh, I have to go now. Yes, of course I will. Bye. Oh, morning, Coral. I'm so sorry. Did I disturb you?
Stop apologising. You can hear mice fart around here. It's one of the perils of Mew's life. Who were you talking to?
Diana Godling, you know, the Agatha Christie. That's who the alterations are for. She asked me to send you her best wishes for a speedy recovery. She said she'd worked with you.
Really?
Yes, Deadly Cargo.
Good God.
You had to slap her round the face. She played an hysterical nurse.
Can't remember. Some B movie I made centuries ago.
I think she'd really like...
Like what?
To come over and see you. I'm sorry, that was stupid of me. I suppose the last thing you feel like doing is having company. You most probably just want some peace and quiet.
Au contraire. We are going to have one of my gatherings. That'll cheer me up.
You mean a party?
No, a gathering. Sonia, Estelle, Toppy, Adrian, I suppose. Well, in that case, he might as well bring Geraldine along. And if she wants to, your friend Diana may come.
Oh, she'd love to. I can do the food.
By the way, that book of yours...
Hildegard Limbard?
You're right. Riveting. I can't put it down.
Coral, you're looking amazing.
Oh, Geraldine, it's only the makeup.
Quick, someone dim the lights.
Eat your sausage.
Oh, Coral, I'd like to introduce you to Diana Godling.
It's so wonderful to see you again, Coral.
Adrian, bring that bottle of wine over.
Diana's just finished her tour.
Yes, Brighton was our last date.
In your Agatha Christie?
No, my one-woman show at the Pavilion Rooms.
Really? Very cheap to do, aren't they?
Here's your wine, dear.
What's the play about, Diana? Florence Nightingale.
Isn't that a bit depressing?
Not at all. She was a fascinating character.
Crimea, that's where she went. Sonia knows her history.
I call the show Tales from the Front.
Diana uses slides.
Very quaint.
Florence virtually retired to her bed during the last years of her life. She was nearly blind and did all her campaigning for nursing reform from her couch. That's how I do the show, lying on a chaise longue.
It's a very good evening.
When did you and Coral meet?
Oh, ages ago.
It was at the Salisbury Playhouse in 1957.
What a memory.
Coral played Eliza Doolittle in Pygmalion.
Please, don't depress me.
Oh, she was wonderful. The company was so lucky to have this beautiful film star to join us.
Oh.
I learned so much from just watching.
Myra, if you don't shut up, people might think I'm paying you to say
And
this.
since then, I've understudied Coral many times, mainly on tours.
An asset to any company she works with.
I played Eliza in Chesterfield.
The thought of being an actress. She's off.
Oh, you have to be so brave.
Or demented.
Getting up on a stage in front of everyone. I think it's a calling. Don't you, Coral?
Marlene Dietrich was a wonderful performer. Shut the quiet.
Well, all I know is I couldn't do it. And I think anyone who does is wonderful.
A one-woman show is a bit of a challenge. But they are lucrative and, as you said, Coral, cheap to do.
You mean you earn good money?
Oh, yes. Especially abroad. I've done the show for the King and Queen of Belgium on the 80th anniversary of Florence's death. They were most complimentary.
Really?
What about our royals?
I should imagine the life and times of Lester Pickett would be more their cup of tea.
I wonder how many times he's...
Who's your agent, Diana?
I'm sure he must.
And who was this woman? Hildegard Lindbergh?
Limbard. Oh, Adrian, really. Now, it would be so easy to adapt. The story is fantastic. There's sex, betrayal, murder. I can't believe anyone hasn't done it before. Good old Moira. I feel gold has been thrust into my hands.
And you want to do it as a one-woman show?
Yes.
Why?
What?
I'm just wondering why you want to put yourself under such stress.
I can't believe you're not encouraging me with this idea. Why are you being so negative?
Because I know you. You like your creature comforts. I had a call this morning checking your availability from the producer of The Farm.
That soap.
Very popular in the ratings. Even The Guardian's crazy about it. The show is going from 3 to 4 episodes a week.
Isn't it about pig farming?
You'll be playing Aunt Beatrice, who, after living in South America for 25 years, decides to come home.
Has my career really come to this?
Coral.
No, hear me out. I, who in my time have been a film star, worked at the Comédie Française, appeared on Broadway, worked opposite all the knights of the English theatre, dead and alive, have been asked to play a pig farmer's relative? I might as well commit suicide now.
Aunt Beatrice is a wonderful part. And let's face it, you haven't appeared on television for quite a while.
Here's your coffee. You don't let that plaster stop you getting about, do you, Coral?
Can't afford to, Geraldine. I've a living to earn.
I so enjoyed the other evening. Thank you very much for inviting me.
My pleasure.
Diana Godling phoned, Adrian.
Yes. Good. Thanks, Geraldine.
Moira, wait till you hear this. I have proof positive that friend of yours is trying to get into bed with my agent. Over my dead body. How dare she? Oh, Celia.
Your friend let me in. Oh, let me help you. Where shall I put these crutches?
Lean them by the mantelpiece. Oh, bloody things. Oh.
Did you want to put your foot up?
I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
I'm really sorry about your leg, Mum. Does it hurt?
Constantly, but it's amazing what one gets used to.
Oh, you should have phoned me.
Do I have your current number? Where's Moira?
On her way out when I arrived. Mum, I met someone rather interesting at this party.
Really?
In publishing. He got quite excited when I told him who my mother was. He asked whether anyone had ever written a book about you.
How old was this man? 80?
He went on and on about it, and it got me thinking.
About what?
That there should be a book about you and your career. Lots of people will be interested. Maybe you should think about writing your autobiography.
Oh, no, thank you.
Well, what about somebody else writing it?
Who?
Me.
You?
I do happen to know you rather well.
But you've never written anything in your life. Not even a shopping list.
I knew you'd be like this.
Celia, what is the point of this conversation? If I said to you, darling, wonderful idea, go right ahead, what would you do?
I'd write it.
No, you wouldn't. Oh, you might start something, a bit of a scribble here and there, but then you'd give up.
I wouldn't.
All right, prove it.
What do you mean?
Write an article about any actor or anyone you like.
What for?
To show that you can write.
Like some sort of test?
If you like, yes. Anyway, I'm sure this friend of yours would need to see a sample of your work.
I thought it might be something we could do together.
Then you thought wrong. Besides, I'm about to start a writing project of my own.
What about?
I'm not ready to talk about it, not yet.
Why can't you ever be positive when I suggest something? I just might start writing the book anyway. It's a good idea. I know it is.
Please, Celia. Mum, I need money for an aromatherapy course. And then there was the flower delivery idea. Or what about, Mum, this is the one, a 2-year counselling course. 2 weeks more, like before you dropped out. I can't be your personal banker, Celia. Not anymore. Funds have dried up.
Don't you see? This book would be my chance to pay you back.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. But all I want to do now is to concentrate on getting better. And to find out if I still have a career left.
Oh, yes. And we all know the bloody career always comes first.
She's really upset you.
We've never got on, ever. And I breastfed her despite what the studio wanted. She was bad-tempered from the word go, never grateful for anything. Best clothes, schools, holidays.
Maybe it wasn't easy having you as a mother.
What do you mean by that?
Your fame. It must have been hard for Celia, having to share you.
Hard? Hard? She doesn't know the meaning of the word.
Maybe you don't really know each other.
And she accused me of putting my career first. Do I, Moira? Do I put my career first? Anyway, what career? I'll never work again.
Nonsense. Once you have that plaster off, you'll be as good as new.
God, how I hate optimists. Oh, this is pathetic. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes and I haven't written one word.
Have you ever written anything before?
No, I didn't think it would be this difficult. It's all in the book, but where on earth do I start?
If it were me, I'd set the play in Hildegard's cell as she awaits the guillotine.
Moira, that's inspired.
You could do it as if you were reading from your diary. The characters are so vividly drawn. There's the butcher, the Mother Superior.
Yes, yes.
And I would end the play with her speech at the trial, when her lawyer begs her to save herself by pleading for clemency and she refuses, saying, "Better to die with the truth on my lips than to live with lies and deceit unspoken." Women marched down the Rue de Rivoli in Paris, begging for Hildegard's life to be spared, and when the blade fell, they wept for hours.
You know this book very well.
Well, I should do. I've had it for over 20 years. I always hoped, or dreamt that one day...
Hildegard's story would be told. Well, I have good news for you, Moira. It will be brilliantly by me. And guess what? You're going to help.
Me? How?
With your useful little suggestions, such as setting the play in her cell, her speech at the trial, that sort of thing.
I'd love to work with you, Carl.
And so you shall, my loyal understudy, just like the old days. Perfect. Tell whoever it is that I'm out. How dare people call me when I'm in mid-flow?
Hello? It is? Yes. Oh, Coral's really improving. For me? Oh, and what are the dates? Winchester and Bristol? That sounds marvellous. When would I have to let them know? I see. No, that won't be a problem. I'll phone you later today. Bye now.
Someone looks as though they've heard good news.
Oh, that was my agent.
The Greta Barnes?
The play I was touring.
And then there were none?
They want to do another tour. Apparently, the last one did very good business.
Really? And when would you have to start?
Next week.
Next week?
Now that you're back on your feet.
But I'm barely out of plaster.
Oh, dear. I don't want to let you down.
How am I expected to manage without you?
Oh, dear.
How long is this tour?
3 months with the option of another 3.
Good God. The thought of doing an Agatha Christie for 6 months.
But take me up to Christmas and I wouldn't have to do this wretched sewing.
But what about my play?
You don't really need me.
Actually, I was beginning to think of it as a collaboration.
Were you?
The play, our play. But, of course, you must make the decision whether to do the tour. I will put no pressure on you.
Coral,
No, Moira, you told your agent that you would phone her later today. Let's stick to that.
I thought perhaps a Cumberland pie this evening.
Anything you say. I'm not really hungry.
There are some profiteroles in your freezer. How about those for afters?
Whatever. Now, did I take those painkillers a couple of hours ago? I can't remember. Oh, well, I better get used to coping on my own.
I'd better phone Greta. Hello? Greta? It's Moira. Please, will you thank Mr. Mantell and tell him I can't oblige this time, as I've got another commitment. No, I'm perfectly sure. Greta, I've got to go now. I'll phone you tomorrow. Why do I get so nervous when I talk to my agent?
Moira, I don't know what to say. I'm so incredibly grateful. I don't think you realise how much your being here means to me.
I know she's angry with me for turning down 6 months' work.
Don't give it another thought. She's only after her commission. I've had a wonderful idea. I'll talk to Adrian.
What about?
Representing you, of course.
Oh, Carl. Would you do that? Would you?
Of course. First thing tomorrow, I'll phone him. It's about time he did something for me.
It would be such a relief to be with someone with a bit more clout. Greta's very sweet, but she's just
a small-time agent whose biggest client is Diana Godling. Say no more.
But I don't want her to think that I'm ungrateful. I've been with her for years.
I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Moira. Staying with Greta Barnes means the following. Dreadful tours that barely pay the equity minimum. Low-level repertory work and cheap adverts. Her contacts are negligible. Adrian is different. He may drive me to drink at times, but he's a top-notch agent who knows of every job going. He'll find something suitable for you in no time.
But suppose he doesn't want to take me on?
He will. He owes me a few favours. I was thinking about poor Hildegard. She never experienced real love. Hers was always one-sided, obsessive, and unrequited. Who was ever there to love just her? Her mother died when she was 3. She never knew her father. As for life in the convent, no wonder she turned to poison.
I think what was so sad was that she possessed all these talents which were unrecognised. Her nursing skills were wonderful. She was knowledgeable about all sorts of potions and herbs. That's how she learned so much about poisons.
Yes, but what was the catalytic moment when she decided to use the poison? Something must have happened.
No one understood her. No one appreciated her.
And she loved a Frenchman. Always fatal.
Do you ever hear from Jean-Claude?
Not since I lent him some money to open a restaurant in Lyon. Oh, you were the clever one, Moira, never marrying.
I almost did.
Really? I never knew that.
Malcolm Slater, deputy bank manager. I met him when I was living in Aldershot.
Well?
He didn't like the idea of me wanting an acting career. It was a very difficult decision to make, as we were both so well suited, and I really did love him.
Poor old Moira.
Why? Nothing could have stopped me from acting. Nothing. I live for my work.
Oh,
Shoo!
Go away! Get off, you
Hey!
revolting
What are you doing to
little
my
dog?
dog? Oh, could you call her off, please?
This creature wants locking up.
Shatsy, come here, come. There. Oh, there, now you're safe with Muti.
You really shouldn't let her run in the mews, Toppy.
What's it to do with you?
Well, Shatsy could have put Coral back in hospital.
Shatsy never. Look how small she is. And I saw you kick her.
Only to get her off Coral.
Shatsy wouldn't hurt a flea. You bad women.
That dog's vicious, teeth like barbed wire.
I didn't really kick Shatsy. I like dogs.
Well, I loathe them.
So do I.
Are you all right, Coral?
Oh, I'm fine.
Back to work soon?
Actually, I'm writing a play at the moment with Moira's assistance.
Oh, very nice. What's it about?
You better not say anything until it's finished.
Well, you should write about the goings-on in this muse. You'd make a fortune.
But I don't see
why you are.
I've already said that I've just taken on someone very similar to
Oh,
her.
come on, that's a pathetic excuse.
It wouldn't be fair to either of them.
Fair? Since when have you ever worried about being fair?
Oh.
I do apologise if I'm interrupting.
No, you're not.
Coral's just been telling me how magnificent you've been.
Couldn't have managed without her.
What are friends for?
Yes. I've been trying to persuade her to accept the part of Aunt Beatrice.
The thought of filming in Lancashire up to my knees in pig shit doesn't exactly set the pulse racing.
Her speciality's changed. She's an expert on bull breeding now.
Good God.
And it's been suggested that Aunt Beatrice should have some kind of disability.
What?
A wheelchair was mentioned.
I've heard everything now.
So I should imagine most of your scenes will be interiors.
Stuck in a wheelchair.
Lots of people are.
Yes, thank you, Moira.
And, as I said, the money is good. Very, very good.
Double it.
What?
If they want me so badly as that bull whisperer, they can double whatever they're offering.
They'll never agree to it.
Then try the quality is worth paying for number.
They won't buy it.
Who cares? I'm enjoying writing my play so much, I'm not really thinking about anything else.
The Mad Nun. How's it going?
You'll see for yourself when it's ready.
In that case, I won't hold up the creative process any longer. Goodbye, ladies. I'll see myself out.
That'll make him nervous, having to ask for more money. Good.
Did you ask him about taking me on?
He's being somewhat evasive at the moment.
Only I've written to Greta saying that I'm leaving her.
Well, that was a bit rash. You don't want to burn all your bridges.
But Coral, you did say...
Moira, I can't bear it when you start flapping. I will fix it with Adrian. Now, could we please focus on Hildegard? What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
Estelle, what is it?
It's Shatsy. She's dead.
Oh, no. Oh.
Toppy's in a terrible state. Sonia's with her. She's very good with people in shock.
How did the dog die?
Well, Toppy says Shatsy's been murdered. She wants to call the police.
Sounds as if she could do with a sleeping pill. I better give her one of mine.
Come round to me after. We could all do with a drink.
Poor old Toppy.
She is a bit eccentric.
Not to mention barking.
Where does she come from?
Poland originally. She lost her entire family in the war. Shatsy meant the world to Toppy. Lord knows how she'll cope.
She will. She's a survivor.
Go on, Sonia. Pour us all some more brandy.
I couldn't possibly... Oh, well, if you insist.
One of your films is on tomorrow afternoon. Savage Sunset.
Load of rubbish.
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, you're not missing much. I play a missionary's wife who loses her mind. With the director we had, very little acting was required.
Oh, must have been wonderful being a film star.
Not really. In those days, we weren't paid much. And as for exotic locations, the Isle of Wight was the highlight. No, now I'm just one of your jobbing actresses, that's all.
No, you're not.
It's the truth.
But you're famous. The public know you.
Oh, yes, the good old British public. They vaguely remember me from their own dull youth. Sometimes they track me down. I had an old boy come up to me in Waitrose a couple of months ago. He told me that he thought I'd died in 1987 and that I'd got fat.
Oh, no.
I replied that he was correct on both counts. And I told him to piss off.
Good for you.
No wonder we're forgotten. No one wants to write decent parts for actresses over 30. We're wheeled out for costume dramas to play decrepit relatives and servants, and that's it.
Well, at least you've had your moment in the sun. What about those poor sods who are unknown and hardly ever work? Well, you know what I mean, Moira.
Estelle! Can't believe you said that.
Oh, sorry, no offence meant, I'm sure.
None taken.
Of course Moira works. She's very highly thought of in the regional theatre.
Well, I'm sure she is, but Moira, you are out of work a lot.
Well,
and it can't get easier as you get older.
It doesn't.
So why do it?
Estelle?
I believe if you are really dedicated to something, you keep believing. I enjoy what I do, and I hope every time I work, I learn a bit more about my craft and myself. I assure you I don't need anyone's sympathy.
Oh, I'm ready for my bed. It's been a long night.
Oh, there's a message on the answer phone.
Play it then.
Mum, I need to see you. It's pretty urgent. I'll come round first thing tomorrow. So by the third bottle of wine, I couldn't remember a thing.
You're telling me, Celia, that this journalist took you to the Groucho Club and got you drunk on purpose?
I don't know. I arrived for lunch at 1 and didn't leave till 6.
You could have left earlier, said you'd got another appointment.
Well, Marcus seemed so interested in everything I was saying.
Marcus Fairfax?
That's him. He does profiles for all sorts of papers and magazines.
Oh, yes, I read him quite a lot. He doesn't hold back, does he? He can be quite nasty at times. Oh dear.
And he's going to write something about me.
He sent me this fax. Mum, when I left you after our last conversation, I was so angry you wouldn't listen to me.
Mum's little black book. It contained the names of actors who knew how to please her. Oh, my God. Cold Coral. What it was like living with a mother who had a heart of stone.
It's all lies.
So you never said any of this?
I might have said the bit about me coming second to your career, but the rest...
Mother had a special relationship with her secretary, Lillian Perel. They often went abroad together and shared rooms. Mother always said that bisexual people were the most interesting. First, I'm supposed to be a nymphomaniac, and then suddenly I'm a lesbian. What happened? Couldn't you make up your mind?
Can't you see he's made all this up? It sells newspapers.
Are you to be paid for this?
£1,000.
So, that's the going rate for betrayal. Quite cheap when you think about it.
What are we going to do, Mum?
Yes, of course I will. Thank you. Adrian's doing his best to sort everything out. Celia, your cheque has been cancelled.
Good thing I didn't cash it.
Can I get anyone tea?
No, thank you.
Marcus got me drunk on purpose. I don't remember saying any of that stuff. Mum, you've got to believe me.
I do believe you, Celia.
You hate me now, don't you?
How could I hate you? You're my daughter.
I better go. We'll talk soon, yes?
Coral? What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just feel such a...
What?
A failure. A complete and utter failure as a mother. She hates me so much, Moira.
I'm sure she doesn't.
Oh, come on. You heard what she said. She was willing to say those vile untruths for £1,000. It's almost biblical, her hatred of me.
I think Celia is a rather weak, rudderless girl. She has to find her own path in life, and that can be very painful.
She accused me of hating her.
Well, you don't, do you?
I don't like her. There, I've said it. Oh, mother and daughter, it should be the most natural relationship in the world, but when I see her...
Well, then perhaps you shouldn't for the time being. A bit of reflection on Celia's part would be most beneficial for her.
Do you think so?
Put some space between yourselves, that's my advice. If you like, I could have a word with her. Oh, she shouldn't be upsetting you like this.
No, and it's not your problem. I must press on with the play. It's nearly finished. When I meet my maker, he will listen to the account of my life, and he alone will judge me. I yearn for the purification of my soul, for all darkness to be swept away, and for eternity to be bathed in a golden light. I want to see light. His light. Then there'll be this swelling music under the last speech. The lights will get brighter and brighter, and then blackout. Well?
Much better. Very moving.
Let's face it, the end is the easy bit, and none about to face the guillotine. It's the other hour and a quarter I'm worried about. What do you think, Moira? Have I been wasting my time?
You should be very proud of yourself.
I'm proud of both of us. I couldn't have done it without your encouragement.
So, what's our next move?
A gentle tryout somewhere? Guildford, Farnham, places like that. They like me in Surrey.
They adore you everywhere.
Come on, we'll take the play to Adrian. And then, Moira, I'm taking you out for lunch. We are going to the Ivy.
Oh!
Talk about perfect timing. Hornchurch have a cancellation for one of their Sunday night slots, and we can give them the Sister of Death. They loved the idea.
Hornchurch?
Not too far from London?
Yes, I do know where Hornchurch is.
Think of it as a tryout.
I'm not sure about this.
If you're not happy with the evening, so be it. No harm done. But if it works out, I think you could be looking at a handy little earner. Something you can do for the rest of your career. Here, abroad, wherever you like.
I haven't even thought about a costume.
The woman was a nun. Couldn't be easier.
I could make your costume.
Well, there you are. Problem solved.
We'll need music.
I'll help with that.
What about an audience? Will anyone turn up?
I can bring at least 20 people from my bridge club.
Oh, Estelle, Sonia, they'd come.
Do I want a lot of people there?
Whilst you're asking yourselves all these questions, I'm going to the little boys' room. Oh, by the way, Coral, that Marcus Fairfax kerfuffle. They've agreed to kill the article on one condition.
Which is?
You do an in-depth interview for the women's issues page about your life and career.
Oh, must I?
Mention your play if you like. Good old Adrian rides to the rescue again. Now, all you have to do is concentrate on Hornchurch.
Good old Adrian. It's all right for him. He doesn't have to go and face an audience all on his own. Do you know, I'm going to drop this Hildegard extravaganza.
What?
I think I'll be better off taking that farm offer. Who was it? Aunt Beatrice, back from South America? I'll do that.
Oh, but it's gone. Aunt Beatrice.
What do you mean, gone? It was on offer, to me.
The TV company had to have a quick decision, and Adrian knew you weren't happy with the money.
So who got it? I'll bet you it was Claire Bloom. Well, spit it out.
Diana Godling.
Diana?
Diana Godling? Moira, did you know?
I had no idea.
Adrian's just taken her on. Quite a coincidence, really.
Oh. Where's that bottle of wine?
Well, on its way. Coral, don't you think you've had enough?
It's the writing on the wall. That's what it is, Diana bloody Godling.
I suppose we should be pleased for her. She's a very hard worker.
I don't give a shit about that. Adrian should have come back to me about the farm job. What's he doing taking on someone like that Godling creature? Waiter, where's that wine? Of course, there's no way Adrian will be taking you on now.
But you said there would be no problem.
No, there wouldn't have been until your friend put in an appearance.
Oh, dear.
Your wine, madam.
Thank you.
Once upon a time, I'd walk into this place and there'd be a bottle of champagne on the table from the management.
Thank you.
Oh. Sylvia Eldridge, do you remember her?
Oh, yes. Wasn't she at the Bristol Old Vic for many years?
Oh, she was a wonderful Portia. Her Beatrice was astounding, and her Mother Courage. When I did Juliet at Bristol, she was my nurse. She was brilliant. I learned so much from her. And when I started to do well, she sent me the most beautiful letters.
Oh.
She came to some of my first nights and always popped in to see me full of praise and encouragement. And I lost touch with her, and I never saw her again until it was a year ago. A food hall in Selfridges, that's where I saw her.
Oh, how nice.
In her shopping basket there was a small bit of cheese and some tomatoes. There was one of the finest actresses of her generation standing alone. No one had a clue she was.
Moira! Coral!
Oh, no.
How lovely to see you both here.
Can I buy you a drink?
We're all right, Diana, thank you.
If Diana wants to buy us a drink, let her. Waiter,
Madam.
a bottle of your best champagne, if that's all right.
Oh, yes. After all, I do have something to celebrate.
Yes, madam.
Might I sit down?
Of course. Congratulations on getting the farm, Geraldine told us.
I never expected to get the part, not for a minute. When I went for the interview, I was only in there for 5 minutes. I gave myself no chance. So when Adrian phoned to say I'd got the job, well,
how exciting.
It turns out one of the producers saw And Then There Were None in Norwich and thought I was perfect for the part.
Good in wheelchairs, are you?
I must say, the scripts are really interesting. Aunt Beatrice has a very strong storyline. Apparently she's a bit of a faith healer on the side.
How fascinating.
Well, I'd better get back to my friends. Moira, darling, if you give me a call, I need some alterations done to an evening jacket. So nice to see you again, Coral. Enjoy your lunch.
You can see me again on Sunday evening, if you wish. I am doing my play. Do come. In fact, all of you come. Come and see me in Hornchurch. It's going to be wonderful. This is what happens to actresses of a certain age. They end up doing one-woman shows. Very economic. And you can look at me all night and see if the old cow's aged terribly. Will she remember all those lines? Or will it all end up being horribly embarrassing? So why don't you all come and find out? I've been sick 3 times.
Shall I get you a peppermint tea?
Oh, no, thank you. Why did I drink so much?
You hardly ate a thing.
I'd better apologise to your friend.
Diana? She's coming here tomorrow afternoon for her alterations.
Oh. You're a very dear person, Moira. I'm not sure if I'm worthy of your friendship.
Nonsense.
I made a terrible blunder by being so snooty about Aunt Beatrice. What was I thinking of? I never even asked to see a script.
Do you really want to do the farm?
Well, that Godlick woman's got it now, so there's no chance, is there?
It might come back to you, Coral. You never know in this business. There. All done. Your costume, what do you think?
Well, Audrey Hepburn did play a nun. I don't know what came over me.
It must be difficult in your situation.
I've just pinned the other sleeve.
Greta Barnes phoned this morning, tying up some loose ends. They're still looking for someone for the tour.
And then there were none.
I hope you don't mind, Coral, but I suggested you for Emily Brent.
Me in an Agatha Christie? How kind.
When are you doing your Hornchurch play?
It's our play. Coral's performing it tomorrow.
Oh, well, maybe I'll come. But honestly, I'm feeling so tired at the moment. It just must be all this excitement.
You'd better give Diana one of your tonics, Moira.
Tonics?
It's herbal. Guaranteed to increase one's energy by about 50%.
Oh, I'll try that. With all this work coming up, I need all the extra energy I can get.
Here's the bottle. You put 7 drops in a glass of water and drink it before you go to bed.
Ooh.
By the morning, it will have done its job. Please keep the change.
Thanks, love.
Poster's not too bad. What do you think, Moira?
It's very nice, but
I hope Adrian's here. I want to get on that stage as soon as possible. Come on.
The Sister of Death, a one-woman show devised by, written by and starring Coral Chase.
And when I meet my maker, he will listen to the account of my life. Look, would someone tell me if this lighting's all right?
You look terrific from here.
Moira, have you seen Adrian?
Panic over everyone. Here I am.
At last. Where the hell have you been?
I'm not sure. I don't know whether to tell you.
What are you blathering about?
Diana Godling is dead.
What?
You heard.
How did it happen?
Heart attack, I was told. It's absolutely dreadful. I don't know how I drove here.
Moira, be an angel and get me my bottle of water from the dressing room.
Of course. What tragic news, Adrian.
Adrian, first thing tomorrow, I want you to phone the TV company and tell them that I'm available for Aunt Beatrice, and don't you dare look at me like that. Just think of your nice fat commission. Now, what about the music? Was she married?
No, there was a friend, Chris. Something to do with office furniture design.
Did she have heart problems?
I really don't know.
A bit more blusher. What do you think?
I think you look fine.
I'm taking all this as a sign. What happened to Diana could happen to any of us, dropping dead like that. Have you seen my box of tissues?
Yeah.
Ah, thanks. Come.
The bookings look very good. I think we might have over 200.
Oh, you've got to hand it to the old girl. She can still draw the punters in.
Yes.
Oh, for God's sake, Adrian, don't stand there looking glum. Not when I'm about to do a show.
Sorry. Yes, I must pull myself together.
I know this is a sensitive time, Adrian, but now there's a vacancy. Might you be able to represent me?
Ah, well, there's a bit of a problem, Moira.
Is there?
Yeah, I've been thinking of closing my client list. Pressure of work, you know.
This is your 15-minute call, Miss Chase. This is your 15-minute call.
Yeah, I'd better pop out front for a bit, check that Geraldine's got her ticket. I'll be back.
Close his clients list. That's a good one. Oh, don't worry. Right around. The fact that you're prepared to understudy is bound to interest some agencies. Now, where's my wimple?
I'll get it.
Why am I feeling so nervy? It's not like me at all. Stupid. I got myself into this situation.
This is good for nerves.
What is it?
One of my favourite herbal remedies. Like rescue remedy, but much, much more effective.
Oh.
This one works in about 5 minutes.
Perfect. How do I take it?
4 drops on the tongue.
Oh. Come on, then. I'll try it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Ooh, funny taste. Pass me some water.
Yes.
We're missing a Burt Reynolds film this evening. He's one of my favourites.
A bit of culture never did anyone any harm.
We've had to schlep down to Hornchurch for some culture. Oh, I'm wrench.
Hello, ladies. Do you mind if I join you?
It's Geraldine, isn't it? I never forget her name. How are you?
Well, to be honest, still in a state of shock.
Oh?
Why?
One of our clients died today.
No.
I have no idea how long it took Diana to die. Minutes, I should think. And you? Not much longer now. Oh, don't even attempt to speak. You can't. Your vocal cords are paralyzed. It's the 4 herbs Hildegard used to poison the village, and guess what? It works. I was going to try it on Celia, but I held back. She's young. She still has time to change. You shan't see who I poisoned first. Then Diana, because she upset you. Now, I asked and asked you to help me get a new agent. You could have used your influence, made a few phone calls, but you didn't take me seriously. Instead, you just took from me. This play about Hildegard's life is mine, and it was meant for me. I was willing to share it with you, but you even managed to deny me my credit, my fair due credit. How could you? Devised by, written by, and starring you. Nothing about me as if I didn't exist. It's just not fair, Coral. And I've had a lifetime of unfairness. I must have it, you see. I must have my moment in the sun.
Coral, I've come to wish you good luck.
Thank goodness you've come. Something terrible has happened.
I thought it was supposed to start at 7:30.
It's 10 to 8 now.
You don't think Coral's gone and got cold feet?
Of course not.
More teaser, anyone? Oh, here we go.
And so the final account of Sister Hildegard Limbard's life has been written. My testimony is for scholars of history to study if they wish.
It can't be, can it?
But tonight, death. Death is my friend. We walk hand in hand.
It is?
Tonight I must share with you my final confession.
It's Moira Richmond.
Come, attend me and you shall hear my story. It is a very unusual one.
In Sister of Death, Coral was played by Barbara Lee Hunt, Moira by Joanna David, and Adrian by Simon Green. Diana was played by Dinah Stabb, Estelle by Christine Kavanagh, Sonia by Gillian Bevan, Geraldine and Toppy by Christine Absalom, and Celia by Alison Pettit. Sister of Death was written by Helen Kluger and directed by Sally Avens.